All right, as we wait for food, let's do basic introductions. I imagine people will be hopping in and out throughout the day, both in person and online. I'm Leonard Chan, the Texas CPSE Consortium Chair for just hopefully 6 more months before I pass the baton to San Antonio Fire Department. I'm not sure if San Antonio's in the room to hear that. Today, I'll have the agenda on the screen when there are not presentations. And we'll start with the left, my left.
Chris Norrin, New Braunfels Fire Department. We are early on in our process. I've been through the initial training and just here to kind of further what I've picked up.
Is your chief coming today?
He will be here tomorrow. Yeah. Chairman, I was called the County Chief of the Braunfels Fire Department, worked alongside Chris in the same division. And as he said, we're getting started in this. I also acted as a health and safety officer.
Stuart Mars, Call Station Fire Department Manager, and we just finished our second cycle in December. Local with Sugarland, we are not in the process, but testing the water. We're still CPSE program.
Mike Higgins, I'm the CPSE division and program manager.
Good morning, everyone. Great Fasting, CPSE CEO.
I'm Billy Wisterhouse. I'm with Leander Fire Department. My name is John. I'm with Leander Fire Department as well.
AJ States with Travis County ESD number 2.
Martin Malmberg also is
Mike Anderson.
Story, assistant fire chief with the fire department. We've been accredited twice in our 3rd cycle.
Patrick Sullivan, Deputy Chief, Waco Fire Department. We're working on recommendation.
Adam, I got Captain Waco Fire Department. I'm here with these guys.
Shot Captain, Battalion Chief, Waco Fire.
And those in the back of the room before we go on to folks online.
Ron Rushburn with Frontline Mobile Health. And Mike Connor with Frontline Mobile Health. Chris Torres with Frontline Mobile Health.
Bruce Vanderhart, online.
Dave Buchanan with Second International.
Steve Dokus with Intera.
And those online at the moment.
Yeah, hi, my name is Chief Marino. I'm with the Houston Fire Department. I have the pleasure of working with Leonard on a daily basis regarding our accreditation process. I'm the health and safety chief for the department.
And Donald Hazlett. All right, so we're waiting for food unless Mobile Frontline Health wants to get started and we might get interrupted. All right, yeah, y'all have the floor. And the one walking into the room is our future chair as of starting next March. Chief Norris, can you introduce yourself? Introductions.
Oh, hi, I'm Ryan Norris, San Antonio Fire Department. Used to be an accreditation manager, team lead now, and deputy chief of the fire department.
And we have Peace introductions.
Peace from Sugarland Fire.
Cool, thank you. As I said earlier, my name is Russ Burnham. I'm the team principal of Frontline Mobile Health. And so we met Leonard actually at the Second in Command workshop in College Station this last spring. And he kind of just came up to us and said, hey, there's this lunch at FRI, we want you to sponsor it. And we said, hey, okay, we'll do that. We're a Texas-based company. And but what has really come to find out is that many of our mentors in the fire service
Video.
I'm going to put it right
That's in the PowerPoint.
like that.
Keep turning. Right now you are 90 degrees angle.
Yeah.
And I'll stop the screen share.
All right. So many of our mentors, come to find out, just to give a little feedback about this organization, is that one of our many mentors is here in the room at Travis County ESD #2, who introduced us to Tim Sindelbach, who is the chief of Loveland Fire Rescue Authority in Colorado. And when we told him that we were doing this lunch, he said, CPSE, if you were to be associated with any organization in the country, CPSE is the one. And that's pretty high praise. When someone like that you really respect says that's an important organization, that meant a lot. So it just made it even more meaningful for us. We're really happy that Leonard and the organization gave us an opportunity to come talk about what we do. But more importantly, as Leonard published out the 11 Bravo criteria, what I thought would be more interesting, instead of just telling you who Frontline is, what I thought would be more interesting is to tell you how Frontline is helping our partners get after the exact criteria that I believe is going to be discussed at this meeting. So anyways, I'll give you a quick overview of the company, at least let you know where we come from and how we look at firefighter health and wellness. I'll tell you about our program, the 3 big killers, right? Cardiovascular disease, cancer, suicide. I'll dive into that a little bit more. It depends on who you ask, but we're agnostic to it and think they're all important. And then more importantly, one of the last 11 Bravo criteria was a formal and documented appraisal, at least annually, to determine the effectiveness and wellness of programs, right? So you can do the appraisal, but if you don't have the data to support, like, okay, well, we just checking boxes, like, how am I using the medical intelligence to make better decisions for my department? How do I'm sure all of you just have unlimited time and resources. You got a huge staff, nobody does double work, right? Like, I get it, unlimited budgets. So the reality is that, the fire service is not the military, right? Your budgets are a lot harder to come by. And so what that means is that if you have limited time and resources, it's behooved upon us in the medical community to tell you where can you best use those limited time and resources. So we're going to get into that, and I'll give you some examples. So the 11B criteria better than most would. So I thought it would be important to kind of tell you how we got here. So we are in Texas. For those of you who don't know, that little gold star there is Fort Hood, AKA the Great Place. Depends on how you think that is. But anyways, that's where the Army sent me after I was assigned to the 10th Mountain Division up in Fort Drum, New York. And I was a physician assistant at that time. And what happened was on my way to Fort Hood, I went to the Army Flight Surgeon course. And that's a big deal because when they teach you to be a physician assistant, they're really teaching you like, hey, you're going to go up to an armor unit, you're going to go to an infantry unit. You need to be able to take care of a 700 to 800 person unit that's going to war on a minute's notice. And you owe the commander information, say, hey, we're going to deploy to Ukraine in 72 hours. Sir, ma'am, this is who we can take, this is who we can't take, this is what I'm doing to fix these people, etc. Right? Like, they have to deploy, we deploy for 9 months, you guys deploy every 24 to 48 hours. So it's kind of interesting. So they sent me the flight surgeon course, Fort Rucker, Alabama. That's where the Army said, you got to start thinking about medicine differently. If an infantry soldier has a medical condition or a problem on patrol, let's say they have a heart attack or a stroke, right? Like, that is unfortunate, but is it catastrophic to that 30-person platoon? I couldn't say that it's catastrophic. If someone had that same medical condition in an Apache helicopter, and people don't survive helicopter crashes, right? Like, that's the wrong time to be having a medical problem. And so they really tell you, you got to think about this differently. This is true high-risk occupational medicine. And that's why it's a whole nother course, right? Like, we had doctors in there, emergency room physicians, surgeons, family practice, PAs, nurse practitioners, saying, hey, it doesn't matter what you learned, you need to throw that away and you need to think about medicine differently because your patient population is doing one of the most high-risk jobs that we can possibly do. So the way it works in the military is, you move your wife and your family around all the time, and you move to a new place, and she's like, hey, look, I want to make some friends. I say, okay, we'll make some friends. I have friends at work. She meets this very nice lady at church, and they're like, let's get our husbands together. So very fortuitous meeting back in 2015. We get together for a barbecue, and of course, when you're meeting new people, you're like, hey, what do you do? What do you do? I say, hey, well, I'm a flight surgeon up at Fort Hood. Kind of tell him what all that is. And I said, well, what do you do? And he said, well, I'm a battalion chief in Pflugerville. And I said, oh, that's cool. And he said, have you ever thought about doing what you do in the military for the fire service? And I sort of told him, like, no. I mean, I've been in the Army for 15 years. My dad wasn't on the job. Like, no, I've never thought about it. And he said, well, you should. He said, because we've been trying for a very long time. We've gone to 2 different hospitals. We've looked at other mobile companies, and nobody can even get close. So if you can come in and try to get half of what we're looking for, that'll be better than anything we've ever received before. So it really started a mentorship and a partnership with Travis County ESD #2. And the first thing that we set up a meeting, I said, hey, well, I'd like to kind of see what you guys do. And so I get, they send me to Station 2 right off of 35, get to hang out with those firefighters, show me what they do, go on ride-alongs with them. And then Chief Perkins back there was the training officer at that point in time. He shoved a copy of 1582 in my lap and says, hey, this is what you got to know. If you're going to do this, this is where you got to start, right? And so started reading it, and what I realized, I was like, man, someone in the Army wrote this thing, because it like flows just like an Army document, right? Like it lists out, these are the things, the requirements to do this job. This is the chapter for new hires, AKA people going to flight school. And this is the chapter for people that are incumbents, AKA the people who've been to flight school. And the dynamic changes, right? The scrutiny changes because of what's going on. And so over a process of about 9 to 12 months, we really had a lot of interaction. They were very helpful. And again, they become mentors to us to say, hey, look, like, yes, we want you to apply what you've learned in the military, but it's not an exact science. And the fire service, as well as paramilitary organization, is not the exact same. So what you see here, just briefly, right? So this is me in Fort Rucker, Alabama, with actually the gentleman on the right is Mike Connor, who is in the back of the room, right? That's actually where we met and became business partners. And some of our pictures, my last deployment to Afghanistan is in the upper right there. And then in the middle, that was Dr. Yaman Adrabi. He was the very awesome person. So he's in a Western trained surgeon, trauma surgeon, really trying to do good things, and spoke perfect English. And my last assignment in the Army was being a senior medical advisor to the 8 eastern provinces of Afghanistan. And the reason I bring that up is that, yeah, by trade, we do health and wellness programs, but ultimately what we really become is advisors to the commander, right? It's what we did in the Army. It's what we try to do for our fire service leaders and say, hey, sir, like, yes, we did these physicals, but so what? Here's some intelligence that you can make a better decision off of. Where do you spend your limited time and resources? So as we've learned in the fire service, the reason we put this up here is that I've learned that the fire service is relatively close hold and mildly incestuous, meaning, one guy at Pflugerville was working part-time in Westlake. He said, dude, you gotta like talk to my chief. And then we go to Westlake, and a guy that used to work there is the chief in another department now, and it just kind of goes. And ultimately, if you do a good job, people are going to find out. And if you do a terrible job, people are going to find out. What's really interesting in how the fire service and what you guys are actually talking about now, how it's actually having a broader impact than what you even believe, is that the police in Texas have nothing. There is no 1582 for cops. T-Cole is extremely mum on anything once you become a cop. You get an L2, you get an L3, have a nice life. That's what T-Cole says. And so what police departments around Texas are acknowledging, they're like, man, this ain't good enough. Like, why is fire getting this? Like, we're still dying of heart attacks. We still get cancer. We still got cops killing each other. And so the right answer is like, yeah, I mean, you should. You have different risks, but a lot of them are the same. And so a lot of PDs are taking notice of what their fire service brethren are doing, and it's having a meaningful impact. So driving on here, I just kind of highlight some of this. A lot of our providers, we try to, again, bring our military service. So some of our providers are actually Travis County paramedic captains, and so they bring some of that public safety knowledge to everything we kind of do. But ultimately, I kind of talked about this at the beginning. I think we can all agree, right? Like, yes, the center of mass of physical fitness, medical health, behavioral wellness, yes, I get that's where we are trying to get to. But what healthcare agencies have failed to understand is that if you forget what your patient is asked to do day in, day out for an entire career, you will become very myopic. You will become very nearsighted, and you will not think about, like, we don't think about just, hey, like, I've seen a patient this year. It's like, hey, man, like, I would like to get you to retirement and drain the retirement system. So we got to have some other conversations now, which will subsequently lead you to, again, being healthy to ride the truck or go on patrol or et cetera. But this is really important. Again, this is where we do, again, that's the lens that we view the world through, right or wrong, but that's what we're working on. And I think some of your goals are actually the military goals as well. And so this is what we'll talk about. So this is one of the first ones. The agency provides for initial regular rehabilitative medical and fitness evaluations. So we kind of talked about it with some of our mentors at Pflugerville and said, hey, look, like, I get it. Like, the health and wellness part of your pie is very small. And these are just like random numbers. These are all estimates, right? The whole point was that, yeah, look, like health, wellness, and safety, managing injured personnel is just a small part of what you do. You got a lot of other things to manage, political issues, you've got budget issues, you've got equipment, staffing, stations, benefits, HR, it's just ridiculous. And so in the Army, which you guys don't have the ability to do, is you don't have staff. You don't have like an intel guy, you don't have a commo woman, you don't have a doctor or a PA that works for you, right? Like, you've got to outsource a lot of that stuff or go without or have another firefighter do it. And so the whole point is that this is what we did, right? Like, the Army trained us to own that piece of the pie for the boss. They said, look, I need an honest partner. I need somebody that's reliable. I need somebody that understands our mission so that when they're giving me recommendations and intelligence, I can actually do something with it. So again, I wish to tell you that this was, something that we dreamed up. It's not. It's what we did in the military. We just realized that let's try to be a one-stop shop. Right? Like if you wanted to go to flight school, well, you had to come see me or Mike or one of our colleagues. And that was the greatest scrutiny you were ever going to get. And then once you became a pilot, we saw you every year to keep you in the air. And then if there was a major issue, like a critical incident, right, the boss is like, hey, Captain Smith needs a command-directed mental health evaluation, or they need a command-directed medical evaluation, because I have some serious concerns that they're going to be safe to keep flying. Because you're not only endangering that person, you're now endangering those crews, right? Like the risk is not just individual, right? There is some organizational risk to doing this. And so ultimately what we're trying to do is just, again, that was the ask originally. You ever thought about doing what you do in the Army for the fire service? Started with just physicals, right? It was sort of like, hey, look, that was a need. And then we realized is that there's a whole bunch of needs. And it's what we also realized, if you got to have 10 different people, you're going, you don't have a staff. And so that's really where it's like, hey, we're trying to own this part so we can have a full continuum and a full view picture of what our customers are doing so we can feed them the data, which is one of your other requirements. So just wanted to highlight this, right? So, okay, you're providing these programs. So why cancer? Why cardiovascular disease? Why suicide? Really, well, what is the number one killer? It depends really on who you ask, right? Like if you ask, this is the CDC, right? The CDC would say that it's other than heart disease, then cancer, based on a male, female. But then if you ask the NFPA, they're like, oh no, suicide is for younger, and then it's cancer above that. But I thought it was heart disease on the CDC. And so if you ask FEMA, they're like, oh, stress and overexertion is the number one line of duty death killer. If you ask the firefighter cancer support network, they're like, oh no, cancer is the number one line of duty death killer. And if you ask the firefighter behavioral health alliance, they're like, suicide outpaces line of duty deaths 3-1. I'm like, okay, we're agnostic. What we would realize is that what firefighters need and departments need is you need a program. You need a program that like actively and aggressively gets after all three of those, and then provides some sort of meaningful feedback to leaders so that they can make a decision. So how do we do that? Look, you guys listed them in this order. So cancer screening, where does this go? So I think it's pretty reasonable to think that non-invasive measures like ultrasounds is a good tool, right? Like is not in the U.S. Preventative Task Force. Like who says you're supposed to do cancer ultrasounds? 1582 actually is kind of mom. It's like, yeah, maybe you should consider providing stuff. It doesn't tell you what to do. It doesn't tell you how to do it. It doesn't. It's mom, right? So anyways, I think it's a good place to start. Chest x-rays are a really easy and good way. Like honestly, what we're looking for in the setting of COVID actually is we're looking for pulmonary fibrosis or we're looking for a mass, right? Like you'd be surprised, people go to the emergency room with a cold and just happenstance happen to have a 9-centimeter mass in their left lower lung. So it's a simple tool. Sometimes looking at it is better than asking about it or taking some blood biomarkers. So this is what we're doing. This is all going to lead into the data. So behavioral health screening. So you could ask some of the military guys in the back, Chris and Mike, like, in the early part of the global war on terror, if you came to see us at the aid station or the clinic for low back pain, you were getting a depression questionnaire and a PTSD questionnaire. Why? Because suicide was a big problem in the Army. And what the Army also realized that we don't have enough psychologists. We don't have enough social workers to send everybody to see the psychologist every year. So you, Mr. or Mrs. PA, you're the front of the line. You better get comfortable with talking to people about their mental wellness, right? And this has evolved to just say, hey, look, like mental health is just health, right? The mind and the body are connected. You can't ask me and tell me about my cholesterol if you're not going to ask me about how the hell I'm doing up here, right? Like they go together. And what I thought was interesting and kind of narrow-minded on the Army's part is it was always just depression and PTSD. And what they failed to do is like, well, tell me how you're sleeping. Tell me how much you drink, right? Like, tell me how much anxiety you have and what kind of support do you have at home and how burned out are you and how much stress of other people's lives are you taking on? And so what we realize is that, these are subjective measures, but a true program is going to ask about all of them. And why do we put sleep first? Well, because if you go to a psychiatrist, a lot of times if people are really struggling with stuff, they'll be like, hey, let's just get you to sleep first. If you can't consolidate memory, you can't consolidate emotion, you can't get to REM, you can't reproduce your sex hormones, testosterone, estrogen, all of those things. So sleep is much more important than I think people give it to be. When I first met Chief Perkins and Chief Spacer, like, hey man, PTSD is a big deal. And it was like in the common vernacular, that was what you go on Facebook, you go onto big things, it was about PTSD. And what we have seen, and maybe it is across the fire service, we're not making statements about what is truly the highest risk in the fire service. I tell you from our from our data, it is really sleep, right? Sleep and compassion, kind of burnout. Those are the biggest things that we see. And we'll talk about how you can use this data other places. But so how do we do it? We do it in here because that's a comprehensive look at how a person's doing as an individual, not just like, are you depressed? Do you have stress? It's like, hey man, like it's the full gamut. And if you're having any of these problems, let's start at the beginning. Let's start getting you some sleep. Like, what do we got to do that? Right? You already got to get up every 24, 48 hours. You work at a busy station, you're doing 20 calls. Yeah, you're not getting very good sleep. You're just not. You know, one of our biggest clients is Fort Worth, and you know, you got guys there, guys and gals that are doing 25 calls at some of the busiest stations. Like, when you're not getting any sleep. Even if you're only working 24, 48, like you're not getting any sleep. I mean, that's like a call every, you know, hour and 2 minutes. Like, there's just no option to do that. So the sleep is already jacked, and a lot of times what we do is we work with our patients like, hey, I can't control your sleep at the station, so what are we going to do to fix your sleep when you are at home and you can't control it? So cardiac assessment, I would encourage you to kind of take a look at this. So that machine on the right, that's called a cardiopulmonary exercise test. And so this is, as you get to talk about public safety excellence. Look, 1582 still says you should be doing, you know, it's just kind of broadly say an exercise stress test to 12 reps. And the first version that Chief Perkins gave you in 2015 gave you like a Gherkin protocol on a treadmill and blah, blah, blah. That's wrong. The gold standard for aerobic capacity testing, you ask the American Heart Association, the American College of Cardiology, the American Academy of Sports Physicians, the American Academy of Chest Physicians, all will tell you the gold standard for aerobic capacity testing is the cardiopulmonary exercise test, period. So if you're doing a treadmill, whatever, that's fine. That's not the standard, right? It's not what you should be doing. It is this. And it's not Frontline telling you that, right? Like we talk to the experts and say, hey, what are we supposed to be doing? We do that. You go to the sports cardiology labs around the United States, UT, Southwestern, UCLA, Northwestern, Harvard, what are they doing? They're doing CPAP. If you go to the NFL Combine, what are they doing? CPAP. Why? Like, so if firefighters and cops are tactical or occupational athletes, why are we not treating you that way? We're doing antiquated stuff. It's not, this becomes a fitness assessment too, and I'll kind of show you the data of how we do this. But if you've never heard of CPAP, I would really encourage you to take a look at that because it's actually going to simulate firefighting more than anything. So that firefighter right there, right? So he's wearing a mask. Why? Oh, because you wear a mask when you do the job. You wear an SCBA. Okay. So, and what are we doing? We're measuring the breath by breath, how much oxygen and CO2 that individual is doing. This test looks at 6 different systems, right? So if we were just break it down and say, oh, it's about the heart. The heart's just your pump. Like, that's it. That's all it is. It's a pump, right? The electricity, the EKG that you get, that's just telling you, well, that's the wiring harness. Right, the distributor cap, is that, do you have a problem there? What about the vascularity, the fuel lines, all that stuff, right? You can have pathology that prevents nutrients and oxygen getting down to the muscles, and you want to the engine, right? The engine's not your heart. The engine is the mitochondria, right? Like that's where you are going to make or not make power. And then again, how are you getting all that off? Your intake manifolds, your lungs, right? So we're evaluating all of these things in real time. And so you want to find the interplay. And one of the other things we do is if you are not going to fatigue every time you test a firefighter or cop. Like that is incorrect, right? Like you can't pop out of a fire when you hit a target heart rate. Oh, I hit my target heart rate. Hey, chief, man, I got to bounce out of this. I got to bounce. I hit my target heart rate. I'm out. Why? It makes no sense, right? Like, so we take all of our patients to fatigue. Why? Because if we want to find stuff early, I'm going to find it in that last 60 seconds of you pushing and giving us everything that you can. And then we can figure out if there's a deficiency, well, where in that 5, 6 systems going on is where's the problem? You know, it's become so good that we can actually use, as you talk about providing education back to patients, and I can show you some of the stuff, is that this information gives the department and the individual more information they've ever had about, okay, if we ask FEMA, the #1 line of duty death killer, right? Like, again, if you ask the CDC, I think it's reasonable to say that cardiovascular disease is still the #1 killer of all cause mortality, regardless of job. And it's something that we can do something about. So these are really, really important things as you look at new standards. I would tell you that this is the way to go. So a documented appraisal, at least annually. So we look at data 3 different ways. The individual, right? You got to give the individual the data, and you got to help them understand what the hell you're doing and how you're testing, because if they can't do it, they can't make good health decisions for themselves. Then you aggregate that for department leaders, right? You send 150 people through a program. Chief's got to force that size. He's like, all right, like, tell me where the gaps are. Where's my liability? Where's my risk? How do I institute my, my athletic trainer, my peer support, my peer fitness? How do I do those things? And then ultimately, how does that compare to your brothers and sisters on the right? Hey, look, this is what we're doing. What's the next department doing? What's another similar size department in our geographical region? What are they struggling with? What are they succeeding in? And so when you start to be able to share data across like that, you're not only helping that department, but you're helping others. So to kind of give you an example, and I did have some permission from Chief Perkins to show you this. So this is an example of getting after that particular 11 Bravo criteria. I'm sorry, I can't see my internet. I apologize. 1 second.
Wi-Fi password is recharge, all lowercase.
Just 1 second. Sorry. So we'll start on this one while this one is coming up here. Okay. So we talked about it, cardiovascular disease, suicide, cancer, right? So if we just say, hey, well, what's the most likely thing to actually kill a firefighter in a fire? Let's just say it's stress and overexertion, right? Like, yes, there can be accidents, you get hit by a vehicle, right? But traditionally, you're not going to die of cancer in a fire, right? So we got a little bit of time there, so we can talk about that one separately. And then again, FEMA doesn't count suicide as a line of duty death unless that individual commits suicide on duty. So if you go back to 2017, when they started reporting that data, there was 1 suicide on the FEMA data. So anyways, why do we start here on cardiovascular disease? That's why. So ultimately, what we want to be able to do is give leaders say like, hey, look, like everybody goes through the program, now what? So what? How does that work, right? So they need to be able to say, hey, look, I only got 1 peer fitness trainer, right? I've only got 1 athletic trainer. I can't train all 150 people every shift. So how about we say, okay, who's at greatest risk, right? Who's at greatest risk? How about I have the athletic trainer work with them, right? So you can see this, and each individual chief actually has the name. There's no HIPAA data on here. There's no diagnosis. It's like, you know, the way that we look at this is like, these are just your metrics, right? Your height, your weight, your age, again, and this is actually someone's performance. This is not a diagnosis, right? So a diagnosis, if this person had heart failure, that would be HIPAA data, right? But it's not. And I would encourage you that chiefs and people that are responsible for the welfare of your troops, right? You need to know, like, this isn't to be punitive. This is about, hey, man, who needs the most help? Like, good Lord, like, yes, because people are just beating down your door right now. I just see all these news articles about how it's so hard to find firefighters these days, right? So, you know, the goal is not to be like, oh, let's just limit your hiring pool as much as possible. And let's try to find ways to kick people off the departments. We got to change the narrative, right? It's like, hey, look, like we've already trained. We've equipped you. Like, what do we got to do to keep you healthy, not just while you're at this department, but into retirement? So look at this more as, again, this isn't punitive. This isn't to be singled out. This is to give institutional leaders like, hey, man, great, I can start here, right? And then I can move to, let's talk about all the people who should maybe require improvement. We can move there, right? With the goal of like, we would like everybody to meet the minimum criteria or exceed it. You can start giving chiefs and departments goals. You're like, hey, now you can, is this working? We can go year to year to year. Are we making progress? Other departments can, hey, are these percentages the same for us for other like type departments? And I would encourage you as a option, like, so METS, you might have heard of METS in 1582. Look, METS is just a calculation. If you take your VO2 max, you divide it by 3.5, that's your METS. So METS is kind of like this made up metric, like, and there's a difference, like, do you want to measure your bank account or do you kind of just want to guess about it? Let's estimate how much money I have, or do you really want to know how much money you have, right? So that's why we measure everything. It's really important. So again, VO2, the higher your VO2, what's the correlation to firefighting? Well, the longer you're going to be able to go in a bottle, right? People that have low VO2s are bottle hogs, right? You get a 45-minute bottle and you're out of it in 12 minutes. Like, dang, man, like, we can work on that, right? Like, so people with low VO2s are also going to be people that are going to be, again, bottle hogs on the fire ground, right? So we can train that. We can help educate them like, hey, this is how we want to improve this. And this is all extremely easy once you arm patients with data. They're like, oh, okay, I get it now, right? Like, Chief's not after my job. He just wants to get me to retirement so I can see my kids and my grandkids and all of those things. And so that's kind of how we're changing the narrative and then giving information back. And so you can really see, like, now Chiefs can understand, like Chief Perkins can understand, okay, well, this new hired cohort, how do they look, right? And Chief Davis in Fort Worth uses it the same way, right? The bigger your hiring classes, when we do their physicals, we rack and stack them and say, hey, look, like, this is where you're at, right? So they can say, hey, okay, I still need to hire all these people. I want to hire all these people. They meet the minimum standard, but I do know that, yeah, these are the people at greatest risk. Like, maybe we should go a little slower the first 2 weeks of the academy to make sure that we can put their arms around them and make sure they don't go into rhabdo. They don't get injured. They can be set up for success, right? So that's how we use these things. These are just slicers. The whole point is that, we want to try to give our clients, hey, look, you want to look at your data? Like, it's your data, right? Like, when we're done, we give this to Chief Perkins so he can see it. And what we're doing is we're saving them the trouble of trying to, like, collect the data themselves and build reports. Like, we just do it for you because this is what we did in the Army, right? Like, the boss needed to know, like, how many pilots do I have ready to fight tomorrow, right? How many crews do I have? Do I have to break crew? Do I have to mix crew? Like, what is going on? So anyways, you can keep doing this. And the whole idea is to empower leaders to say, like, like, medical stuff, yep, it's a small part of the pie. But when I showed this to Chief Stacer, he's like, yeah, it's just a small part of the pie. But you know what? It's the one part of the pie that affects everything else. You can't do anything else without your people. So it's got a lot of power. It's really important. We look at it two different ways. So what you're seeing here on the left, this is the American College of Sports Medicine, right? This is the intelligence, right? Like, how do you give a fire chief or department insight into what they got going on? So on the left, these are buckets, right? And the cool part about the way the American College of Sports Medicine does it is that it normalizes for gender and age. Look, I could run 2 miles a lot faster at 22 than I can at 42. It's just part of the deal. The anatomy changes, your metabolism slows down, all of that stuff, right? And so we can normalize for this. And some of our clients are actually starting to use this. Like, how do you take this data and then do something with it, right? Like, in Grapevine, they're like, hey, we're thinking about tying, what category someone is to promotion points. And if you're in the superior rate, and then again, like, male, female, doesn't matter, right? Like, it normalizes for that. So you're not getting punished because you're 112-pound female, right? Like, it normalizes, right? It kind of starts leveling the playing field. And then the HR director's in there and she's like, we're giving a insurance bonus to everybody that just goes through a physical. Maybe what we should be doing is that, hey, you start getting that rebate if you get good or excellent or superior, right? Because maybe we don't need to give it down here because we need that money to take care of their healthcare. And ultimately what it is about, it's about incentivizing people to take care of themselves, right? Empowering them to get to retirement. And so if we need to do that, like, this is where, again, these are things I never thought about when we originally started doing this. Like, man, that's a great idea. And then when I started thinking about, yeah, the Army did that too. Like, the higher your PT score was, the more promotion points you had. So anyways, I digress. On the right side here, this is 1582, right? Those are the categories that 1582 gives you now. Remember, if METS is just a division of VO2. But if you're only estimating the VO2, how accurate is that, right? And if you're not really doing gas exchange, you can't really measure the VO2. You can only do it. But what you see here is that there's correlation, right? You can step outside the fire service and say, hey, look, American College of Sports Medicine is an institution that is well respected and used around the country, around the world, actually. And then say, okay, well, how does that apply to firefighting? Can we take the firefighting metric and apply it to something else? And you can, right? Like, what you see here is that the higher the body fat, the more often they're going to require improvement or needs improvement. And in Pflugerville, they don't even, this is skewed because they have a very robust program, right? And they've been on this for, for a very long time, even before Frontline got there. But you can start to see, like, okay, hey, body fat is an independent risk factor for not being able to safely ride the truck. So how do we help people with that, right? It's not a weight problem. If someone says, hey, Russ, my knees hurt, my back hurts, okay, that's a weight problem. Otherwise, it's about composition, right? Like, I want you to have as much muscle as you need. I want you to have much skeleton, water weight in and out of the cell. And let's just try to get your fat to a manageable level, right? Like, it's okay. So, and we know that if we do that, it's an independent risk factor for improving their health. So, want to go one more time to the education. So that's kind of what each department leader kind of receives. And then you say, okay, well, what about the individual level, right? So that's what you're receiving on aggregate. How do you help the individual firefighter, your program? How does your program help you do this? So what you're seeing, and I wish I could walk over there. Actually, I'm not on camera. I'm going to just walk over here for a second. That's okay. So what you're seeing here, right? This is what each patient gets when they go through, because again, it's about educating them. So on the left, first test, they come on and get a CPAP. What you really can't see is the green line there, and you see the purple line. This is the bike ramp they're climbing up. That's their heart rate, that top line up there. Anyways, what we're able to tell with great specificity is that, hey, look, based on this person's aerobic capacity, you can actually tell where do they do the most fat burning, right? Where, if that's the problem, right? If the risk factor is that, hey, look, I need to improve my body composition, well then teach me how to reduce that risk factor. And it's not just go run 5 miles. Like, it doesn't work that way. And the data is way more helpful than that. So what you see is that whenever you see that fat max kind of start drop down and then it drops precipitously, look at how low the anaerobic threshold is. This is a bottle hog. This is somebody that's going to burn through their bottle real fast, right? And this is all based off of fuel consumption, right? So it's not just like, hey, did you do 12 mets? It's like, hey, man, like, how good did you do the 12 mets, right? Like, 12 mets is a measure of performance, but how effective were you at getting to that 12 mets? There could be pathology that we could be working on if we knew that. And so ultimately what happens is we put them on programs, we can be individual and empower them. And if they have a fitness trainer, right, they can take this. This isn't the data. This is just like, hey, man, this is where I'm at. This is where I need to work out. We can tell them, hey, look, this is what you need to do. These are the heart rate zones you need to be working on. And why? Because ultimately it's going to make you go longer on a bottle. It's going to improve your endurance. It's going to improve your survivability on the fire ground. And hopefully just get you time so you can enjoy your kids and your grandkids, right? So 6 months later, same firefighter, dedicated training on the program, right? Like, look at how much further, like AT almost double what it was before, right? If we improve, so they say, so when I say they, this is American Heart Association and American Heart Cardiology, for every 3 mLs that you improve someone's aerobic capacity, you essentially reduce all-cause mortality by 10 or 15%. So I'm assuming that the very, very smart people at CPSE know this, and that's why you guys are saying like, hey, you got to have programs for cardiovascular disease, you got to have programs for all of these things. But you can't check a box anymore, and I think that's what our advocation is that the medical community owes it to you guys to do better. And if you were to go ask any of the gentlemen in the back right corner, like, hey, what did the frontline program look like 6 years ago? Nothing what it looks like today, right? Because we learn every single time. We get feedback from firefighters. How is this meaningful? How is it not meaningful? We didn't do CPET 6 years ago. We didn't do CPET on pilots, right? But the population changes. So it's a paramilitary organization, but it's not the same. So ultimately, there's more to it than that. That's the cardiovascular side. So I'll kind of pull up to the behavioral health and how does that work and some organizational health things. And I'll be respectful of the time, Leonard. Just kick me off when you're ready. So ultimately, we said, hey, look, if someone's going to go through a program, the chief needs to know, hey, who can fight? Who can fight tomorrow, right? Like who is at risk and why? And so what they can see is they can be like, hey, and you can start setting operational readiness goals. In the Army, it was 90%. So if you could keep a unit at 90% medically ready to deploy, that was what the Department of the Army said was acceptable. But again, like we provided that to the boss by what we were doing. And so that's what we're trying to do for fire chiefs and fire departments, say, hey, look, like now you can have this, you can have a goal. What is your goal? I don't care. I mean, whatever your goal is my goal. But now you can actually start to track it. And then you have, okay, well, people that, you know, get 90 days, they're not like perfect, but if we can fix some stuff within 90 days, we can get them back to, you know, full duty with no restrictions. And then what are those things? Cardiovascular disease, you know, other, again, like, hey, you didn't finish your testing, you have cardiovascular risk, et cetera. So anyhow, sometimes we can make sure these little donut charts here are what it's trying to do for a chief is say, hey, look, if you have a big department or more than one station, do you have all your risk in one basket? Like, do you have all the guys and gals with heart disease riding the same truck on the same shift at the same station? Like, I don't know, it's up to you. I don't make those decisions, but it'd be kind of nice to know, like, hey, maybe I want to cross-level some of that risk, right? Like, I got to have all these people riding the truck, that's cool, but maybe we should kind of break crew and cross-level so we don't have everybody that's high risk. Now, again, they had good distribution on this, right? But depending on which department you're in, you might have pretty solid, like, dang, man, you know, B shift station 3, holy smokes, like, man, like, maybe we should spread that around a little bit, make sure that we're putting our hands around those people, right? Or sending, you know, hey, we got an athletic trainer, hey, or peer fitness, hey, let's send them to Bravo, to B shift station 3, right? Let's have them go help those guys and gals out more, right? Like, we want to make sure that they're okay. So again, using the data to drive good decisions. This is looking at body fat and sleep correlation. I won't really bore you with this, but this is trying to help a fire chief understand, like, how important is sleep? Because I could show you on the previous graphs that body fat is an independent risk factor for unwellness, right? Being on a bottle. So we're trying to, you know, do research to figure out, like, hey, how important is sleep? How much does it affect someone's operational readiness? So there's not just the health. I think that it goes beyond just cardiovascular disease, cancer, behavioral health, right? It's the health of the organization. And this is born out of, again, our military experience. Again, if you if you took over battalion or brigade command in the Army, all soldiers had to take an anonymous survey every single time you got a new commander. Why? Because the Army was trying to do a leader a favor and say, hey, look, you didn't create this, but this is what you're walking into, right? These are where your gaps are. You need to know where this is coming out of. So this is all anonymous, right? Like, but again, you can see the distribution here. We control all of our stuff too, so I don't want to be giving chiefs crappy information, right? If I give bad intel, then a chief could be able to make bad decisions or draw bad inferences. So we have questions in there that if you don't read it, you'll answer it wrong, and we throw those answers out because again, the way we look at this is that people are going to make decisions based off of what we're providing. These are called radar charts, right? So if you think of them as like a shot group, the way we approach it, and the way the Army did as well, is that we'll ask a question like 3 different ways to see if there's consistency among those things. Do they really feel this way? Is there really group cohesion? Is there really trust in leadership? What we're looking for is we just start looking for outliers. And what does that mean? You're just arming that chief to say, all right, hey, that's what I'm going to go look at. I'm going to get my command together and say, hey, let's take a look at this. There's no names. You can't tell this is specific data where we don't allow you to slice it out based off of station or shift or anything, because it doesn't matter, right? Like, this is the organizational climate, right? The climate is the pervasive background temperature of an organization. Seasons and weather, you can weather storms, right? You come and go, but this is kind of the way these are all geared for, is like, hey, what is the base assessment of what's going on? Connectedness, again, like we kind of talked about at the beginning. Notice how the question doesn't say, my future seems dark to me at work, or my future seems dark to me at home. Because if it starts you other place, it's going to affect you other place, right? It was funny. I remember one of the old timers at Pflugerville said, hey, well, when I was a firefighter, I was told, you got crap going on in your personal life, don't bring that to the fire station. And over time, I realized, I was like, okay, so when I go on that call and see that 3-year-old little girl that drowned in a pool, and then I got to go home to my twin 3-year-old little girl, do I get to leave that at the firehouse? Like, it doesn't work, right? It's a farce. It's an incorrect assumption. And so ultimately, that's why we don't care, right? If your future seems, if there's a lot of that there, hey, look, now we can institute programs, ask more questions about that. Why are people feeling that way, right? It's not a popularity contest either, right? None of this is about, hey, this person this, and this girl, I like my lieutenant, I don't like my engineer. Like, that's, we got to think a level beyond that. We want people to feel connected, because if you feel connected to your organization, you're going to will protect you from other things. This is a great thing, right? So this is pretty bold, when a fire chief says, hey, yeah, I want to know if racism and sexism slurs are being used in my organization, right? Like, so I can do something about it. What is that prevalence, right? Because if a chief says, hey, I get it. The way it works is, Chief Perkins will go, hey, I have an open door policy. Come tell me what's going on. And no one will. But if Uncle Russ asks you that question, like, hey, Uncle Russ, yeah, let me just give it to you, right? So there is some benefit, and it worked the same way in the Army, right? Like, the commander would always put out guidance at every meeting we had with every soldier. He or she would put out guidance, and you know what? When they come into our offices, you'd be like, man, you never heard that. Were you not at that same meeting I was at? Because the boss said, like, if you're having this issue, you could use this thing. So anyways, the point is, and then again, like, using your chain of command to address these things, right? This is now becomes a tool where people can say, hey, look, I'm going to get together with my leaders, right? I'm going to ask the hard questions. I'm not afraid to look inside the organization to leave it a better place, right? Unwanted workplace experience, I mean, an even more contemporary topic to be asking about. You're like, well, that's kind of like in the HR world. It's like, man, it's the health of the organization, right? Like, that's the health, right? Like, these are the tough questions to ask. And again, if you can be aware, the leader can be aware of the risk factors, then he or she can do something about it. That's kind of the point. This is actually something that Chief Perkins directly gave us. So as we showed him the first version of this, he said, hey, look, there's a Drexel University Army safety study that you guys need to include on this, because these are fire service specific. So a lot of the ones you saw before were ones that we kind of were similar to the ones that we used in the military and adapted them for the fire service. This was the fire service. And so what you're seeing on the left, those are white shirts, right? Your decision makers. How is safety viewed at the decision maker level by your department? And then on the right is the direct supervisor level. And what you can see, and this is kind of what you would want to see, those patterns are very similar, right? We're not looking at one individual outlier. We're trying to say, hey, is there a communication deficit? Is there the same? Is the messaging about safety and the practice of safety in our organization the same? And again, that's pretty strong. You do see in other things I've seen, and I showed this one for a reason, is that you want to see similar patterns like this, right? And if you didn't see something, you say, hey, look, well, now I can go address that. Maybe we need to be talking safety about the lieutenants because nobody seems to think that that's a priority down at that level. Peer support's a big deal. Behavioral health was one of your 11B criteria. So again, I mean, how many peer support people do you have? You just got infinite numbers. Like you just got enough to put one at every station, every shift. Like it's not possible, right? So the way this data is intended to be used is like, okay, hey, look, can I see where, let's talk about like, let's see if a day shift, right? If day shift where we should start, not that we should cut anybody out, right? But what you can see is that you're like, okay, all right, they're doing a little worse on sleep, right? A little worse on alcoholism, a little worse on stress. Let's take a look at B shift. Okay, B's doing a little better on average in some, and then let's take a look at C shift. Okay, C shift's kind of doing okay. So I'm like, okay, I got limited time and resources. Maybe I'm gonna start with A shift, right? And then you could say, okay, well, do I need to get to a specific station? So this doesn't say shift, right? So it's just, you know, there's at least anytime that there's less than 10 people, the data won't allow you to do it because again, it's not supposed to be punitive. You can't see anybody's name, right? There's no names on this because it's not what it's about, right? Chief Perkins like, I want to know what Jones is doing. He's like, man, where do I go to help people? Where do I go put my resources and my time? That's what it's about. And so ultimately, is it station one? Is it station two? Right? You get the idea, right? But this is, again, common in the military. We didn't know any better. What we realized is that we came to the fire service like, dang, man, nobody's doing this for you guys. So is it right or wrong? I don't know. Is it the only way? Absolutely not. It is a way. It is the best way that we have found where to go, right? And so look, station four, right? Station four of all the ones we've looked at. Okay, hey, look, if I have a chaplain, you know, we do this in Fort Worth too. The Fort Worth chaplain uses the data. He's like, look, hey Russ, what dining room table do I go hang out at? I don't need to know who. I just tell me where to go. And he undoubtedly he says every time he's like, hey, I just go hang out at shift change at the station. We tell him he's like, you know, everybody's kind of like, hey, chef, you know, keeping him down. He's like, without fail, within 30 minutes, someone's like, hey, chef, can I talk to you? Right? It's not about taking people off the truck. It's about saying, hey, look, where do I go? Tell me where I can do the most good for the most amount of people, right? So that's how the data is being used. And then you're able to track too, right? Like Chief Perkins and Pflugerville and every other department, they get this data every year. Are we doing better? Are we doing worse? And again, what you see here, the gold bar, and I apologize for not orienting to the map. The gold bar, that's the average score for that department. We can filter it out and slice it out at the bottom. And then what you're getting is a comparative to the entire population at that time, right? So at that time it was 1,190. And so the chief can say, hey, is this just a problem in my department or is this a problem across the fire service or the fire service people that participated to that level? And again, if you think about, you know, training, I want to dive into one more thing real quick here because I'm going to run out of time, but you know, seeing year over year change, that's what these distribution charts are, right? So this aerobic capacity, hey, are your programs working? You know, are they working? Are you making any progress? Are you seeing your averages go up or down? Why are they going up and down? Sometimes I can't answer those. I can just report on it and give it over time to the boss. And then, so we go back to the behavioral health thing. There's some cancer stuff. Let me just go to this. So ultimately, Chief's like, hey, look, I don't have a peer support person at every department. I don't have, you know, I don't even have anybody, but maybe I can hire a psychologist per day to come in and do training. And if we were just to go off a popular measure, no, maybe we just need to do PTSD training. I mean, maybe if that's what the reality is in your department, if you were to go off of what the news cycle says, I guess that's where you should start. But what I'm telling you is that if I were to look at this, so these are the raw scores of what everybody's doing. Again, we're asking about those 9 different things. It's like, hey, maybe where we should start with training, if I'm going to have a psychologist come in, is like, let's talk about burnout, because that seems to be the thing that's most affecting my department. And maybe the department to the left, maybe it is PTSD. Again, I'm agnostic to it, right? I don't have an axe to grind either way. I just want as accurate a data to get into leaders' hands as possible so that he or she can help his or her department, right? And so again, an order of merit would be, okay, let's start with burnout. Then let's talk about and educate about secondary stress. And then let's move into social support. And then we can get to PTSD and anxiety, right? But you know, let's do a whole bunch of stuff about depression. Maybe at that department that is the case, but I'd say like, hey, that's probably your lowest hanging fruit right now. So let's, again, if you have infinite resources, fine, do all 9 at the same time. I get it. But if you have limited time and resources, where do you send them? Where do you employ them? What the hell do you do for them, right? And again, you can't tell anybody's name on this. Let me just repeat this, right? Couldn't even tell you. Can't like single out Chief Stacer and be like, hey, Chief, I'm going to single you. I can't. Like, it's not meant to do that. And behavioral health is a real sticky topic a lot of times. And people are like, hey, I just want to make sure my people get an evaluation. But like, okay, so what? Like, how are you making any better? You are providing a resource and a benefit, and that is better than nothing. But how has that changed the culture? I mean, maybe it's like, okay, well, more people are going. Okay, cool. Well, what are they struggling with? Is everybody struggling with the same issue that maybe me as a leader could be working on? But if I'm just like, hey, I can't talk about that, like, how does a operational leader lead without some intelligence like that, right? So I get it. It's all we have acknowledged just through the different people we've worked with. There's a continuum of political will and power and appetite and so on and so forth. But ultimately, the idea is, I mean, what this organization is doing anyways is trying to push the envelope, think things a little differently, and ultimately revolutionize the way health and wellness in the fire services, which I think is what some common goals are. So with that, I think I'm out of time. I would like you to get to lunch. There's more information here, but again, you should just ask the guys in the back corner if you have any questions. Like, they have been instrumental to our education in trying to make it better for the fire service, and everything we learn there, we take somewhere else, and everything we learn everywhere else, we try to bring back to Pflugerville. So with that, Leonard, thank you very much, and appreciate it.
Any questions from the audience?
I take seconds.
No? All right.
Thanks, Leonard.
All right, we're going to go into break until 12:20, and we'll start off with CPSE report at 12:20. For those online, I apologize that for the lack of good resolution on the screen share, but I'll shoot out a link afterwards with the slide deck if it can be provided. And I'll mute for the sake of those online. There's going to be a program change. We're going to be flipping Entera and CPSE on the schedule. So in 5 minutes, Robert Adson will be giving his presentation on Entera. They're one of the lunch sponsors for today. So we'll be lunching and learning. And Entera, just to make clear, we do not endorse any products, but we do give opportunities to the vendors to provide insights on their varying products. We're just uploading the presentation, so stand by for those online. All right, we're back live, theoretically.
All right, all. Good. I am not a big dog and pony show person. I have to apologize for the tech issues. I think I made my computer upset today by all presentations. This is my second one. I got the one. Good. My name is Robert Edson. I am the Chief Sales and Marketing Officer for Impera. We are a mission-driven, active intelligence an organization with a bunch of different things. One of the things that's really critical to us as Impera is that they don't just show up and throw out the product. I want to try to provide you some value, and I am a show product, but it's more important to me that you guys get some value from the time that you guys are giving us today out of your presentation. So the opportunity to be here is very much appreciated. If you get questions about something, please stop me. Don't hesitate to. I'm not a big dog and pony show person. I'll walk through some stuff and some different concepts and things like that. But feel free to stop and ask questions as we kind of roll through. So of course it's tech, right? Tech company, tech problems, one thing, right? So how many of you are familiar with the military concept left of bang? Concept is in military speak, right? Bang is an event. It's a battle. It's something happening. Right? So in our world, in fire service, bang is an event. It's an ignition. It's a wildfire. It's a structure. Right? It's an event of some kind. Whatever it happens to be, all hazards, mudslides, you name it. The idea with the emergency management cycle and the concept really is the further left of bang we can get, right? The left of bang is preparation and mitigation, but if we can actually get to the point where we actually don't have the fire start, right? We're actually able to mitigate the and that's really where we want to go to. And we want to try to slide there because to the right is where we generally tend to live in the fire service, right? We're trying to left the bang, but we generally live in response and in recovery. So how do we do that with data? Using data to move left of bang is incumbent upon us in the fire service. But a lot of people don't trust our politicians. A lot of folks don't trust our cops for good, bad, and different reasons. But fire service, we are the last bastion of trust in government. Right? When I show up to your door and turn out here, you let me in because you know I'm there to help. I'm not there to arrest you. I'm not there to hurt you. I'm not there to do anything. So that makes it incumbent upon us to be good and do the things we need with data. That means data-driven decision making at every level in the organization. You heard, Dr. Lloyd Moore, talked about it yesterday during the fire data analysis meeting, but we have to drive access and understanding the value and simplicity of data all the way down to the company officer, all the way up to the chief's desk, everywhere. Right? It has to live and breathe and be simple and easy to access and easy to understand. Or volunteer firefighter. Right? I am a very predictable animal, like most firefighters. If it does not work the first time or make my job easier or more effective, he is going to get thrown out the window of the rig on the way to the next call. It's just reality. I broke it already. You have a break in me here. Hold on. Seeing you are viewing his screen. Yeah.
Viewing his screen. I'll stop and reshare.
Yeah, super sure. So being good with data, being able to understand how and why we do things with data is critical, right? Being able to drive stuff down to the company officer level and up to the chief desk. So we've got to be able to work through that data informed decision-making process by helping people understand at every area of the line why data is valuable, what's valuable, what pieces of information are there and how to be useful.
It can't just be the Excel spreadsheet or the complicated data systems. I mean, how many of you in here at one point in time remember have gotten frustrated with your record management system? Anybody? Yes. Yeah. Everybody just raise your hand. It's okay. I don't think there's anybody in the room from, ESL or in this channel. You're not.
Sharing.
You gotta stop sharing.
I'm not sharing.
Yes, you are.
It says I only have 6 participants.
Did I get disconnected? No, no,
I'm sure you would.
All right.
But,
She's been.
yeah, well, I left it back, so. I can fight with it.
Okay.
I'll get this back.
So one of the reasons that it's hard for folks on the line like me to deal with data, I mean, your record management systems, what they're really, really good at storing data. I don't care which one you got. So Firehouse, they're all really good at storing data. That's part of the job, right? All of them are really, really bad at copying back up, especially in the format that we need, whether it's for accreditation or ISO, or the other things we're trying to work through. So making things simple and accessing information data at various levels is critical. But these things are hard, right? Tech's hard. Our system has components, they do it on our tech is hard. But doing without that is also hard. Right? Not being able to access data in your RMS package and that kind of stuff is hard. But living without it is also hard. So the reality is that as folks in the fire service, we have to pick our heart. We have to decide what we're going to do and where we're going to put our effort, because none of these. So when we do that, one of the things that we have to focus on, one of the systems that I'm going to kind of run through and show you today, is Unified Fire Authority's deployment of Salt Lake. Chief Peterson just retired. One of the unique aspects of what Chief Peterson has to do with Unified Fire Authority is they've got, well, most of us have got a mayor, right? We got a city council, we have 4 or 5 city council people or fire board members, whatever the case may be, we have to be responsible to it at any one time. Chief Peterson has 17, but 82 different elected officials. Any one of those municipalities that lead the fire district is full of those. So the ability to understand what's going on at any given level is critical. Now you think about that, think of the complexity of an application like that and a system like that and where they're trying to go. And you think about how important is it that a knuckle dragging hose guy like me actually managed this process in the field, right? None of us got into the fire service and entered into it. It's just not the reason that we did it, right? It's hard. Capturing information in the field is a challenge. Therefore, when we get it to work on our accreditation for our departments, it's even that much more challenging. It's that much harder. So when we simplify that information data, it means understanding why. So are you asking the right questions when you're going through the accreditation process? There's probably a bunch of different accreditation and it's interesting the dichotomy of folks that are very early in the process and folks that are a lot later in the process. And the way that they see what they're trying to do. And products and services in the industry, and I don't know how many of you in here have a vendor like me tell you something and have it not happen. Right? It's a thing, right? So I'll take a bullet. When you have to deal with those kinds of situations, the focus that you can take through the application, being able to drive through these decisions is critical. So when you're looking at those types of things in simplicity, there's a few different pieces of data that you want to try to think about. Right? The first is simple interface. Right? Accessing the information and data, doing things you need to do inside the application should be simple. But when you talk about accreditation management, for a lot of folks that are early on, there's a lot here. Right? It's hard. There's a ton of information, a ton of reports, there's a ton of data that you have to put together. It's a reasonable multi-year process, right? There's a lot of work here. We don't want to be doing this process with a sticker on the door. That's not the reason we're here, right? We are not here to put a sticker on the door that suggests we're an accredited agency. We're here to use the accreditation process to improve our department. That's why we're here. That's why we're doing the things we do. And that's really the mental shift and the dichotomy that I've experienced with a lot of folks who are put through the accreditation process that are early in the process and through their maturity model over time and start to migrate to some of those other types of things.
You're good.
I'm good. Good. Okay.
So I'm trying to wing it for you.
Okay. So,
You're on, but
shocking. So when we talk about the questions that we're trying to ask and why it needs to be simple and why those data sets are so important, it's about access, it's about simplicity, and it's about what are we actually going to do with information data, what are we trying to accomplish. All right. So Chief Peterson's deployment of the entire application involves a lot of different things. The differences between the way that we present data, though, I mean, we have dashboards, right? Everybody likes dashboards. Dashboards are great. Information data dashboards, they're cool. But what's the very first thing that someone's going to ask you as you show them the dashboard? What does that mean? What's it up to date? Or, that's cool. Show me the data. Show me what spoon feeds this thing, right? So the ability to go in and start poking and prodding and getting access to information and data inside of your application system is critical. It's really hard in most RMS applications, and that is do something there. You want data from your RMS and trying to get something out. First of all, you're going to know records. And you got to write query. And at best, most of the time, that is going to be followed out spreadsheet, which you then have to scrub. You have to figure out where the good data is, where the bad data is, what's the information going on, so you can actually get what you get to a set of data, and then you have to figure out how to turn that into something you can explain to somebody else, right? It really shouldn't be that challenging to get something as simple as turn out travel times for the data sets. So when you look at the way that you filter information and data, but the data capture of the dots that I'm trying to connect here, see the filters that we've got across the top up there? The filtering your ability to do this in my system or anyone else's is critical to the data capture. The data you have is I don't care whose system it is, I don't care if mine or anybody else's. You're not capturing the data in the field, you can't pour on. Can't do anything with it. And what systems like this will generally tend to do when you deploy them, the very first thing that tends to get very, very obvious is what's not capturing the whole bar of data. And it's my brain part, it's somebody who wants to do it. That happens, right? No problem. So gaining access to that information is critical. When you go through this, let's bring up the, let's start with the community report. So being able to report data out of this application into, I'm sorry, driving. If you can provide, you think about something, when a company officer, I don't know, Michael, yeah, company officer that was, he's running the right, blah, 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 station, and that this, not to do it, sure, ish. The data that they need and access and things they need, they're spending tools that they should be able to access. Most company officers won't deal with much if they can't get it fast and 3 times in a row anyway. That's the concept when you're going to explain data sets that you should think about when you're trying to get that data to anybody. When you're trying to report out accreditation information, when you're trying to get that information data and present it to anyone, that's the mindset. When you think about like a company officer. If I can't understand it, process it, look at it, deal with it in 3 to 5 minutes, it's probably way too complicated. And I'm probably overcomplicating the process and the thought process. This is an example of a custom report that we built for Chief Peterson, specifically because each one of his municipalities has a different view state of what value brings to the fire department brings to the municipality. So we created a municipality report that allows and believe it or not, city council folks actually have access to this. I can go through here and go into any one of my city council districts that I want, any one of the 17 plus districts that we serve. And as a city council person, I can look at all of my different total responses, my situation found for my interest codes, what my final situation data sets are, my monthly and quarterly and yearly incident counts, my top 5 fire dispatches, top 5 EMS dispatches, top 5 other dispatches. So we do something other than fire and EMS. Yeah, all day, every day, guys, all day, every day. Incidents by municipalities. We can actually see how we compare other municipalities. And data sets in here. And looking at our first two emergent calls, our 50th and 90th response times. And then down across the back, this is our this is something that's initially data. We've got incoming engine trucks and ambulance. It's easy to look at, to understand, it's easy to process. And because the next question is always, where does data come from? Right? You can get into any one of these given visualizations, right? And you can print that sucker off and hand it to somebody. You can download that, go stuff it into a PDF or PowerPoint for a presentation you're giving or whatever the case may be. Or you can actually export the raw data that either stream feeds the entire visualization you're looking at, or just any given one of those visualizations and export all of it. And just pop it up. And pop it up in what format do we want? Excel. So we can do this thing, bring it into those. So it's simple. Now, what means the complex calculations behind this are pretty heavy duty. Amy is Amy M is our director of customer success. She's our business intelligence analyst. She's the one that builds stuff like this for us and for our customers. She's one of those, I like to tell her, she's like one of those people you can sit here and have a beer with. She's a lot of fun to hang out with. Our customers, she's a lover. I guarantee you she's doing the really calculations back there. It's just reality. It's who she is. But our ability to do this kind of stuff allows us to report list. So it allows us to create all kinds of other applications and reports, and it should be just point and click. So we can go in here and look at something like our year-to-date summaries or our donut dashboards and just give us basic information. This, talk about motivating firefighters to collect information and data on the line. I love talking about some of the things that some of our chiefs have done to be successful at getting data on the line. One of our chiefs in Ventura County, California, started with a 50-game monitor presentation. And donuts up there with, hey, 61's getting out of the gate faster than we are. That's not fast track. That was up there. Science is no longer beating up on the door to be on the car. Because they understand it. Firefighters are very simple, we're easy to understand. You can make it simple for us, you can make it effective for us. All right. Here's another example, the donut dashboard. We call it donut dashboard, not just because, you know, the charts kind of look like donuts. You can filter and whatnot across the top. You go to turnout times, travel times, and these are all interactive. If you hover over them, you can actually look at the different data sets and the different piece parts of information are there. But what's really unique about this is that Chief Peterson called it a donut dashboard because the station has the best performance because of the donuts. So the company officers actually nicknamed the doggone thing the donut dashboard. So they could go in and get that kind of stuff. Now they're going in, and what's interesting about what they've been able to accomplish at USA is that the company officers actually have to go to Chief Peterson's office to check out and have to ask for access. They see it, because the other guys at the station got it. They actually have to go in and have that conversation with Chief Peterson. Because that's his chance to spend 10 minutes getting into that crap head saying, this is why data matters. This is the value that it brings to the community that we serve. So it means you look at this information on a regular basis and understand it. And you do it into it. So when it comes out on the backside, this is what we get. So we'll look at the So other types of things that we can do, unit performance, station metrics, municipality reports, and other different types of things. There's a lot of different aid, mutual aid. We do a lot of mutual aid, a lot of auto aid, a lot of calculations, those kinds of things. He's working on a brand new auto aid dashboard for Fusion Sound. that we kind of need to see. But one of the other things that are really hard for us to do are growth calculations, like the responsible. It's hard because every single one, and it's interesting, it kind of goes back to the fire service things, right?
Robert, can you speak a little louder for the benefit of the people online?
Sure. My apologies. I walk around and talk to my
The mics.
mics up there.
Oh my
Yeah, because I'm walking around. Effective response force calculations are complicated, they're heavy. There's a lot of information and data that goes into them. And it's like the ultimate descriptor of the fire service, right? 80%, maybe more, of what we do at any given department in the country on any given day is pretty much the same. Run medical calls, we do these types of things, and it fits in a relatively small box. Yet, if you talk to any given fire department in the country, almost every one of them will say we are totally unique in everything we do. It's because we're focused on that 10 to 20% of things that actually, in fact, are unique to us and to our department. Perf calculations are similar in the fact that every one of our departments defines these things slightly differently by our risk profiles and the different types of calculations, the types of things that go in. What is our effective response force data set? So we've got calculations in here for the Earth dashboard. You can actually go in, and Amy's created an entire dashboard that will run through all the 90th percentile data, and we've got these built out here for almost every all of the fire, hazmat, EMS, rescue, for those effective response forces based on your definitions and calculations for Earth. And it gives you, you can see all the data sets. This is a max risk fire performance. So City of Houston defines that as a dispatch chief, ambulances, 4 engines, 3 ladders, and safety officer. So you can look at here all the data, all the times, all the information for all of it. Keep scrolling. There you go. The Earth units and the other data sets that are in here. Right? But this right here, this is what I want to see. Structured fire is excluded from the Earth. One of the biggest problems with a lot of reporting tools, a lot of things we need to be focusing on when we're looking at is dashboards and stuff like this from software companies like us. Really cool, they're great. Looks great, right? But you need to understand what's food embedded. You understand what's on the backside of it. You've got to have a conversation with your customer. These dashboards will not report that data. A lot. It's missing a chunk of data, the system yanks it out. Does not report on dashboard. But instead of you then having to go, I don't know how many calls you guys run a month.
Too many.
Exactly. Good answer. Instead of having to go sift through that many calls, too many, right, in a given month for bad data, just click on the record details right there and it will tell you and download and export just that bad data. So you don't have to go hunt for 300 calls out of 30,000 if you ran that month. Or if your department's small, one of the 15 calls out of the 1,500. It's easier just to click on that data, have a call with the information. So what it boils down to for a company officer is the same thing it boils down to for each one of us in this room as data analysts, verification managers. It has to be simple. It has to be accessible. It has to be usable by people in the field. The data that comes out of the thing has got to be accessed, used, and functional at a firefighter level. If somebody like me isn't going to use it, guess what? That makes your job harder. So keep things simple when we're talking about data and the access to the things that we want to do, so we get better data from the field to begin with. Which takes us back to kind of where we started, and I'll wrap it up and get you guys back on track today. This stuff is hard. Deploying tech like this, right? Like I said, it's hard for somebody to do. Right? You got data issues, you got RMS data, you got all these things you got to deal with. You got CAD information, you got these places going in for their data sets, right? It's hard. Right? You guys have already taken the first step. So you can either choose to continue to argue with the applications and data systems that you got in the department. Hard. Or you can look at tools and look at ways to simplify things at a firefighter level and deploy things right there. Yeah, it's work, it's effort, hard. Your heart. Thank you.
Any questions from the audience? All right,
Anything at all I can answer? All right.
next up is the CPSE updates.
CPSE.
She's gonna start vlogging you, dude, every time.
All right, we're gonna tag team this. Again, I'm Preet Bassey, the CEO for the Center for Public Safety Excellence. Carl and Mike are here, so you've got all of the organization represented. I'm gonna do a little bit of level setting. If your department is currently accredited, would you mind raising your hand? Perfect. Thank you very much. What I would ask of you all is make sure that we know that your contacts within your department are who they should be. Make sure we've got your right fire chief, right accreditation manager, and if there's other individuals in your department that are part of the accreditation team, let us know now. And Carl and Cindy, who works with Carl, they're going to be your best contact for that. Then departments that have taken some steps with CPSE but are not yet accredited. So you're a registered agency or an applicant agency. Would you mind raising your hand? Awesome. Same thing. Make sure that we have you in our database, all of that stuff. And know that if you get accredited within the next 4 and a bit years, you'll be on the 10th edition. If you wait till after March 2027, then you'll be on the 11th edition. And then I know there were some departments in the room that are like, heard about this thing, kind of scary, but they were going to feed me lunch, so I came here. Would you please raise your hand? For you, what I would say is, let us know you exist. So if you're not already receiving our emails, you can just sign up for the username and password. We don't overly bombard you from a update standpoint. But what that means is that if we're going to be here presenting one of our 3-day accreditation classes, you'll know about it. If there's new stuff that we're going to post on our CPSE University online, totally free, you can get a hold of that. So that's that level setting that I wanted to go ahead and make sure that I do. And then if you are currently a credentialed officer through the Center for the Commission on Professional Credentialing, would you please raise your hand? All right, sweet. For those that are working on it, Mike's going to talk to you about making sure that you have the right application. So we're stoked to be here. Leonard, thank you for putting this together. Thank you for the sponsors that are now left, for buying lunch. That's always awesome. The CPSE community is definitely here today, but hopefully it's something that you are accessing on an ongoing basis. 10 of accredited departments here in the state, also elsewhere. And definitely if you're looking at your size of department and wanting to connect with a department that's a similar size, check out the CPSE website. You can start seeing, oh, you know, we serve a population of between 50 and 75. Are there others that are that size? You can see who all of those are. And if you want some help connecting with them, Carl can definitely assist you with that. I'm going to provide some super high level updates, and then Carl and Mike are going to provide some specific ones. There are a few things that we're working on or pretty excited about that are new for us. The first is I'm chairing the NFPA 1022 committee. I know a number of you were in the fire data analysis meeting yesterday, so you heard me speak about it. This is the professional standard for fire and emergency service analysts. It's not that it must just be a uniformed individual. It's not that it must be a civilian individual, but it's anybody who's going to do either data analysis, GIS analysis, business analysis, so this accreditation compliance stuff, or is going to manage those individuals. That's what this standard is going to deal with. And based on that, we're also going to try to build out some more training, certifications, ultimately a credential to elevate the role of analysis within the fire service. You heard today, Robert talked all about all the different types of data. It is a huge part of the accreditation process, but it's not the only part. Continuous improvement is the most important part. And even when we heard from the folks in the morning about 11B, for those that are like, what's an 11B? It is one of the criteria in one of the categories around accreditation that speaks specifically to health and wellness. But they showed you the zenith, right? The world's best and most flashy health and wellness program, and that's cool. But there's also so many others that are just as effective, just as locally developed, and just as robust. If you are interested in coming to Florida in February, the Excellence Conference is going to be February 28th through March 3rd. Bunch of education offerings and also the CFAI hearings. So there'll be some new departments and some reaccrediting departments that will have their hearing there. Anybody due to be accredited, come back before the commission, summer 23 or summer 24. I think you guys are summer 24, right? So we are going to be having a brand new event each summer. We just finished up hearings last week in Denver, next year in 23, and then on to 24. We're going to expand the hearings, and we're going to add some additional educational offerings to it, including a advanced accreditation. The thought being that if you're already at the hearing getting accredited, check, you got the first step done, you want to be challenged just that little bit more. So that's what this class will be focused on. Watch your email, lots of information coming out about that, but I can already share that the dates for next year will be August 29th, they're going to be in August. It's going to be in O'Hare. I can't remember the exact dates. It's the 28th, 29th, or 30th, or 29th, 30th, or 31st. It's a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So keep your eyes out for that.
When you say O'Hare, that's Chicago?
Chicago, correct. And we're going to be selecting hub airports for these summer symposiums. The thought being that if ever you've watched a hearing, and there's some that are recorded on the website, and we webcast all of them. Sometimes a mayor, city council member, commissioner, city manager, they end up joining. That's great, but they kind of just want to come in and come out. Being at a hub airport means that they're able to get that direct plane. And sometimes they're even able to get there and back. San Antonio is awesome. Not a lot of direct flights into here. Many of you, obviously, because we're in Texas, you got to drive. So that's just something that we're mindful of when we're trying to serve a larger population. And we are starting to see a lot more international accredited agencies. So being at bigger hub airports also means that they can make their way in. I think that was it that I just wanted to provide you all from a high level standpoint. As I mentioned, Carl's going to get into some specific accreditation updates, share with you a little bit about CPSE University, and Mike's going to talk about the Commission on Professional Credentialing. Before I hand it off to them, any general CPSE questions or updates you would like? Yes, please.
When will we be able to see what the advanced accreditation changes look like or new challenges?
So the advanced accreditation is actually going to be a class, right? And we anticipate being able to share with you a little bit more about that in the next 6 months or so. It's going to be much more attendee driven. So it's not how to do it more or how to do it better. It's now let's look at how folks have been doing it more, have been doing it better, maybe even crowdsourcing some of the recommendations that folks are getting. We started to looking at that and then seeing what are the areas that you didn't fail, right? Like you got through accreditation, but it was still a recommendation for something for you to do better. That's what we do. Yeah. Any other questions? All right. So my main point that I wanted to make to you all is please let us know you exist. I'm glad to see that we do have the right contacts and everything because we're trying to push out a bunch of information, and if it doesn't get to you all, then we're not able to provide. Last item, if you are a peer assessor, meaning you go out on an accreditation site visit for a peer review where you review any of the applications for credentialing, would you please raise your hand? All right. Thank you so much for taking on more work than your day job and not only working on this stuff with us, but doing all of that. These individuals get it, right? They're They're the ones that are going out to departments, making sure that those departments are put through their paces. Leonard's none too happy. He said that we've sent him 3 times to Iowa and never to Italy.
Iowa has really good steak though.
They do? Okay, so
But when I got sent to the middle of nowhere, Nevada, when the best food was the chicken tenders on the military base, that was a little disappointing.
well, so Sarah shouldn't send you the,
Talking to the right people.
yeah, we shouldn't send you the Instagram photos of all the pasta and pizza that Sarah Flores is gonna get to eat when she gets to go
She's
to
gonna send it to me anyways.
Yeah. Thank you. And folks on the phone, or on Zoom, great to chat with you. As always, please do reach out if you have any questions. We are here to help. Carla, hand it over to you. Oh. All right, go for it, Mike.
Peter was dying, so I downloaded it on my phone. So my name is Mike Higgins, and I'm the CPC program manager for credentialing. Just going to go over a few items that we have done in the past and what's coming up in the future. Right now, the new technical competencies program has finished, and the new applications for designations are out there now. The current designations or the current applications began June the 1st. So I'll give you the numbers for the applications and I'll kind of go over them a little bit. So CFO is at 7.1. CEMSO is 3.1. So is CTO, fire marshal, and fire officer are at 4.1. If you have 7.0, 4.0, 3.0, you can still submit those. The only reason it's 7.1 is we had to make some grammatical changes to the application. There were some misspelled words, things weren't in the right place, but the substance of the application is exactly the same. So if you have that one, you can use those. Anything prior to that, you got to go through the new application. A couple things about the new application now is all of those applications, except for the fire officer, the first 10 technical competencies are the same. First 10. And then the other technical competencies are specific to that designation. So the fire officer is a little bit different. It has its own technical competencies. Now, within those technical competencies across all 5 designations are 3 new technical competencies. And those are data and technology, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and wellness and behavioral health. Those are 3 new technical competencies that were added to the applications. And that is, that's really the updates for the new technical competencies. And so I'll move on to the PIO designation. The PIO designation started probably before I actually came to CPSE in April, but it's actually kicked off in late March, early April of this year. We are in the beta testing process for the PIO designation, and we have 25, I think, beta testers. We also have some of our peer reviewers that are fire marshals that take on the responsibility of a PIO as well. A lot of fire marshals do that. And then we also have civilians that are PIOs in their own world that are reviewers as well. So that process is in place and it will be wrapped up probably by the end of September. And hopefully the new application will be available around the middle of November. So that new designation will be available as of at least by November 15th. That's my target date that I'm going to meet anyway. And the folks on the committee have been awesome. Couldn't ask for a better set of folks to be on the committee, and they pushed it forward, and it's on track. And that's all I have. And anybody have any questions? None? Carl?
You're not waiting on me to finish up for lunch. That's a good thing.
Carl, can you speak, come closer to the speakers?
Come closer. I can speak the whole room, Leonard. I'm all good. All right, just a brief on what went on in the hearings. Who watched the hearings by chance online? Anybody? No? That's okay. Nothing wrong with that. If you want to watch to see what's the last step in the accreditation process and watch commission hearings, I encourage you to go to the website. Right there on the hearing website on cpse.org, accreditation hearings, we broadcast them. So in the list of names is there of all the agencies that are going to be there about 2 weeks out. And you can watch them right there live to see what kind of questions you're getting asked, because all of them originate from what's sitting on the commission's report from what the peer team gave. So it's a great way to see what's going on, what that dynamic is, because there's a mystique about it that I hear, but there really isn't a mystique. You know what I mean? And for those that have sat, they understand it. But the ones that have not, it could still be there. And we want to get rid of that. Anyway, we started with 41 agencies back in March of 2022. So 41 agencies were candidate status, and they were going ahead and looking to see the commission in August. Out of that, only 33 met the commission. All right, 33. So 7 of them were delayed for documents. So their documents were not up to snuff. Guys like Leonard went into the fire departments and found out they could not verify and validate all areas, all core competencies. So therefore, they were given a 4-month delay. Let them work on them, get them built up. And there was one agency that was deferred. So literally, we could not. A team went on site. They verified and validate, but they could not verify and validate that all core competencies were met. So therefore, they're deferred for 1 year. They have up to 1 year to go ahead and bring the information up to speed so it can be properly verified and validated. Okay, so kind of some statistics that go along with that is not everybody gets the gold medal, which I think is an important thing. There is some rigor. All right. And most of it all centers around a couple of factors where they had challenges. Almost all of them had leadership changes. Of the 7, almost all of them had leadership changes within that year. Okay, so the fire chief left, and here's what happens. We're going to wait till the new guy gets in before we do anything. We don't know where they want to go. Heard that one name before? Heard that excuse? So I would say this, as a former fire chief, a former military member, who is not trained to pick up the weapon and carry the charge? And if you're not doing that, deputy chiefs, assistant chiefs, are you the person vying for the next position? Okay, keep it going. The idea of the quality improvement movement is not to wait and we'll find out who the next fire chief is, but to pick up and continue it because it's for your citizens, not for your fire chief. Okay, so just to add some of that to think about when that person leaves. The other person who leaves is the accreditation manager. For some reason, there's a void there because we haven't really brought somebody up to speed to take over. All right, so I would encourage you in looking at getting someone prepared to take over the spot or fill in. They could have a unfortunate death in the family and not be able to continue on. We had one agency literally about 4 years ago that prepared, and as soon as that individual took over, diagnosed with terminal cancer and left. So the agency took a double hit within about 6 months. So preparation, because we never know what's coming down the line. The good thing about the August hearings is we had 3 new accredited agencies, brand new. But we also had 3 6-time agencies. So the first time of the original beta group was in front of the commission. So think about that, 6 times. They're working on their 30th year of accredited status. Okay, and that was one of the reasons to listen into the hearing, because as they popped up, it's pretty cool to listen to their journey and what they've learned and what they've done for their community. For those that don't know, the 3 are Tempe, Arizona, Greensboro, North Carolina, and Naperville, Illinois. Those are the 3 betas that came up for the 6th time. 1 Texas agency was in front of the commission, El Paso.
And they're lost in the convention center and be here and hopefully in 2 minutes.
Okay. So they were accredited, but they're lost. But look for the sticker on the side. They probably carry one. Right? So for the next cycle, which starts, it started already, but the deadline for documents due is the 30th of September. So anybody that wishes to be a candidate agency has to have final documents ready to go, posted, and request a peer team by the 30th of September for the March hearings, okay? Right now, we have 37 agencies as of today. Right, and I still got a month to go, a little over a month to go. So we could see some more agencies turn. Two Texas agencies as of today, Denton and Plano are up for accreditation in March. Kind of let you know who we have currently. So encourage you to watch the hearings, encourage you to come to conference to watch them in person and attend some of the classes. Most importantly, preparation is key, and that keeps the cycle moving, and that's exactly what you're trying to do. Timelines, ACRs, annual compliance report. For the ones that owe me annual compliance report, there's 2 dates, all right? Accredited agencies have 2 dates. Those accredited in March have the 15th of September. Those accredited in August have the 15th of July, all right? If you're not ready, because I have plenty of them, all right? COVID to everything in the book gets in the way, and I get it, all right? We'll give you up to 60 days. And then I have to start working corrective actions. So the quickest and the easiest thing is to contact Carl or contact Cindy, and we will easily extend that date so you can do that. If you were accredited in 2021 at any given timeline, Cindy sent out a letter specifically to you to let you know what your expiration date is, which puts you on a March or an August hearing cycle back on it, and that will dictate when your ACR is due. If you don't know what that is, email me, call me or Cindy, and we'll gladly take care of it. University, even if you're not connected with CPSE, you're looking for information on annual appraisals. You're looking for critical tasking, looking for how to set up planning zones, those kind of things. We have a ton of information on our website in the university. You go to the CPSE University, you click down, there's one for accreditation, there's one for credentialing, and there's one for all upcoming classes. If you look in the accreditation and credentialing folders or tabs, you'll see there's a whole bunch of handouts, videos, and otherwise related to key areas that people struggle in, whether it's for accreditation or whether you just want to fine tune your organization, okay? If you just want a risk assessment standards to cover, you just want to look at your critical tasking. You want to know about a technical competency in credentialing. There's either a handout or a video there that will help talk you through it. Okay. So I would encourage you to go there and pull that information off. It's free. Okay. Use that resource because it's growing, and you won't know it if you're not connected to us, but you won't know unless you go to the website. So I would encourage you to do so. Last thing, I'm currently working on a project that started a few years ago. COVID put a stop to it, and it's the risk assessment standards to cover program project is where it sits today. And the idea was this, is not every fire department in the United States or North America or the world is going to seek accreditation. But how can we help them be very successful, and what would get them the most bang for their buck? In other words, the most bang, if you built this, what would give you the best opportunity for success in your communities? And flat out, without any discussion whatsoever, the risk assessment standards it covers the documents you need to run your organization. Why?
Tell me what the risks are in your community.
Allows you to classify or categorize risk. It allows you to critically task those risks, find out what do you really need versus what you've been sending. It assigns resource, realigns resource, and then you can measure performance in that order. And without that document, or if you do have that document, you know that you have control of most of your response data, if not all of it. And you probably have some awesome information for those Fire Act grants that maybe you haven't been too successful in. It'll also answer the question of what, if you've hired consultants to come in to do distribution and concentration studies and station location studies. That document has that information in it if you follow how to build them properly. Okay. So the idea was, let's have a CRSOC project, a program, and there might be a certificate connected to it at the end. Right now, we're in the building stages of this, of what it's going to be. It's probably not going to be as robust as what you need to be accredited, but at least it's a document that you can look at your performance, you can look at your risk, you can critical task, and do the analytics on that and realign possibly your organization if you see gaps to be able to do something. Okay, do something different. So hopefully in the next few months, let's see, we're meeting in October. Hopefully by the end of the year, if not the first of the year, we might be testing this with a few organizations that are involved with this right now. And sometime in 2023, there could be a certificate level program that is out there for agencies that don't want to get accredited right now, but want to get control of their understanding of what they're providing to their community. Okay. Questions on it? Questions on anything that I've talked about?
I have a question for the group. Who has ever been on the CPSE University? Awesome, thank you. Also, if you come up with new content ideas, we'd love a 2-page handout on text. It would be great to see a 30-minute webinar on why. Let us know. We will make it happen. I actually have a interview scheduled with someone to run our content development machine. The goal being that at any time if someone's like, we have this question, they would just turn it through this machine and I would come to the other end and big handout or on any of these. Let us know.
Outside of category 11, any questions about accreditation I can answer? I'm going to ask this one more time. Okay. And I say that because it's not too often you get the program director in front of you or the program manager for CPC to get the direct answers that you might be looking for on some wildlandish stuff that you're going through that I can help with. So, yeah.
Will we ever see a in-person peer assessor training?
We've done a peer assessor in-person training. It was in Saudi Arabia. Didn't you get the invite?
No.
So you had to be invited because the country doesn't just let you in. So we did, and actually we're looking at doing that next August in Chicago, is doing an in-person peer assessor training class. Yes.
We'll do 2 sessions of it actually on consecutive.
And what about the basic accreditation manager training? The quality improvement through accreditation class. When's the next one that's within Texas or its bordering states?
You just had the website up on the CPSE University.
So on that, what I'll speak to it is, we ask agencies that are interested in hosting a workshop to contact us at university@cpse.org. We'll send you all of the information to do so. We're looking at having optimally 16 individuals that are in the class. It makes it a good class experience. It also helps us out with our costs. The classes can go up to 30, even 40. We'll send out some additional instructors, but 16 is where it's the sweet spot. We've not had, trying to think of Leonard, what was the last one we had here?
I think it was San Antonio 2 years ago.
We're at Joint Base Fort Worth earlier this year.
But the DoD bases are restricted to just DoD.
No, they are not.
They're
And
not.
actually, if you, in fact, I know Cindy and, or not Cindy, Debbie and Katie do send out announcements to these around these for agencies around the DoD bases. If the fire chief can get you on installation, if you're not a felon, okay, you're not under investigation, they can take your information and get you a pass, and yes, you can attend. All right, but they do have limitations on seat limitations, no different than any of you that host a class. So there is possibilities. Well, I have a question that I guess all the time, and I have the answer to follow it up. So how about I do that? Why should I get accredited? What's the value? What's in it for me and my community? Right? The underlying dying question. Where's my 2 credit college station? What'd you guys learn? So, sorry.
Really, it was not about achieving the accreditation status. It was about taking a complete and thorough look at everything we did, didn't do, and where our blind spots were, where our gaps were, where we could improve. And it forces you to identify all of your strengths and weaknesses, with a focus, as it should be, on your weaknesses and where you can improve. Furthermore, it gave us the ability to ask for what we needed: resources, staffing, budget, when it wasn't just us standing in front of our council saying we need this. We had an association, an international association, saying these are the things that you should be doing. These are the things that you should be focusing on. These are the areas where, based on all of these standards, you're not doing the best that you can do. And so it gave us a lot of ability to ask for the things that we could do. I think that was the overall biggest benefit for us, was helping us identify where we needed to get better and then providing some support on how to get there.
But all your fires still went out, right?
Yeah.
All your fires went out all the time, every time? No change in that, right? Accredited or not accredited, the fire still goes out, right? Okay, so what was the thing that you found in your organization that you didn't like? What kept you up at night because you found out something that you could not live with?
I don't know, I can put my finger on one particular thing. I think we have the benefit of being in a pretty solid department to start with. There were plenty of weaknesses. I'm not gonna sit here and say we were anywhere near.
So what was it? So what would you not want the 6 o'clock news to get a part of?
Most of the revolve around stuff that happened off duty.
Okay. It really doesn't impact the
Honestly,
whole lot.
before we were accredited, we were. Fairly well funded. It really became more of policy, defining things that we didn't have defined, planning for things that we didn't think we were going to need to plan for, or didn't know we needed to plan for, and really just kind of opening eyes to stuff outside of just our reach. Things we didn't know, we didn't know.
If I might jump in, hopefully I'm not speaking out of turn, but when there was an investigative reporter asking, where's your wildland risk assessment? And we said, right here, here's the document. That's it. Whereas some of the other jurisdictions were like, uh-oh, we don't have anything to just hand over to this reporter. So we escaped all the 6 p.m. news issues with that.
So I mean, in today's society of litigation and finger pointing, I mean, look at the other day, now, minus all your politics with this, okay? Just put them off to the side. CDC comes out and said, we made errors. We've looked at our system and we made errors, we're gonna fix it. Okay? Is that not the same thing you just did when you went through self-assessment? Except they know what they found, and of course it was pretty transparent out there. But Mrs. Smith doesn't know that at 2 o'clock in the afternoon for structure fire, or at structure fire 100% of the time in your jurisdiction, you'll be turned out and on the road within the standard every second, every time. My department was 45 seconds, 100% of the time structure fire. 2 o'clock in the morning, EMS, frequent flyer, respiratory, 2 to 4 minutes. How do I explain that to the media? How do you explain that to the media? And you're aware of it. And because you're aware of it, now it's really bad. Just like an HR problem, right? As soon as you find out that you're aware of a sexual harassment in your fire department, you did nothing about it, it's a done deal. Right? Same concept. I don't know what you're going to find. My answer is the same way for 10 years. I don't know what you're going to find. That's why I drilled in. I don't know what you're going to find. I can tell you what I found. Okay? I can tell you what I found. Same thing I found when I looked at the black boxes on fire trucks. You got black boxes? Got a newer truck in 2011? You got black boxes. You looked at the data? Anybody look at the data? Yeah, I suggest you go look at the data before the media looks at 45 days worth of data. Okay? You don't know what you don't know until you look. And if you don't look, first thing they're going to find out, they're going to pull that black box and they're going to find out what the data is. That's the value of self-assessment. That's why you get accredited. Then you have somebody come and verify and validate that you're really not lying. And I say that very gingerly, I know, but that's exactly how the finger pointing goes when the media or council gets a hold of it. They want to know why. Why didn't you know, chief? And the only answer you have is that's the value. But what you find is your goal. When you talk about it, that's the value of accreditation. Okay. Anything else?
I think it's break time. We'll break until 1:45. All right, we are now back. First up on the agenda after the break is Cedar Park Fire, talking about health and safety programs. And Adam, the speaker's right there.
Good afternoon, everybody. For anybody that came in after the introductions, my name is Adam Story. I'm an Assistant Fire Chief and Health and Safety Chief for the Cedar Park Fire Department. Leonard asked me to come speak, and I appreciate it. One of the things that I'm very proud of our department about is the strides we've made in our health and safety program from start to finish. And so I'm just going to basically kind of go through what we do, what we've been working on, and some of the new things we've added this year for Cedar Park. Please stop me if you have questions. Be more than happy to answer them. If you want to wait until the end and ask questions, that's fine too. I know I was supposed to be done by 1:45 according to the original schedule, so I'm going to try and speed it up just a little bit, but please stop me if you have questions about anything specific that we're talking about. So for us, I guess back up one step. I've been the health and safety chief now for about a year and a half. Prior to that, I was the operations assistant chief for 8 years. And so I've really started delving into it more now in the last year and a half than I ever did in the 8 years previous. I was just kind of an adjunct to our program because I was managing the day-to-day operations and everything. So really what we've done in Cedar Park, I think that I'm most proud about is that we've really started changing the culture of the traditional fire service and how we look at health and safety, especially when it comes to mental health and safety. And so we start our program from day one. We only hire certified firefighters in Cedar Park. We're a professional fire department that runs basic EMS. We're not ALS. We don't run ambulances. We're just EMTBs. But part of our onboarding process of already certified firefighters is about a 5 to 6 week kind of mini academy where we're teaching them our policies and procedures, how we do things in Cedar Park, giving them the opportunity to learn a little bit about us before they actually hit the trucks. Part of that onboarding process is a health and safety conversation with me directly as a health and safety officer, chief. But more importantly, we actually have some of our membership that are really bought into the importance of health and safety in our organization come in and do presentations to our new hires as well. So we have a overall health and safety committee, and then we have several committees that kind of under umbrella of the health and safety. And we've got peer fitness trainers and we've got a peer support team. The peer support team I'm very proud of too. And that's a constantly evolving animal itself. We'll talk a little bit about that. But both of those groups have people that come in and actually give presentations to our new hires. On top of that, we partner with Tanya Glenn, who is a kind of an expert in the field of emergency services and the military when it comes to dealing with PTSD and mental resiliency. And so her office actually comes in and does a 4-hour presentation for all of our new hires on what their office does, the importance of being willing to talk about and identify anytime you're having issues or things you're struggling with. And really, we focus and hammer on making sure everybody coming into our organization knows that it's okay to talk about those things and it's okay to ask for help if you feel like you need help. I know we're not the only organization that hires out of the military. We get a lot of military guys that apply for both our police and our fire department. A lot of those guys and girls come to us already with some mental health issues coming out of the military. I think we've all probably seen and experienced that with some of our staff. And so we're really trying to make sure that they know coming in that that is an important piece that we want to make sure we cover every year and throughout the entire career for our folks. After the onboarding with the new hire, they continue to hear about health and safety and almost everything we talk about and do. We have health and safety policies that touch almost everything we do in the fire department, from the obvious stuff like fire ground safety and scene safety, but we go so far as to assign a health and safety committee member to any of our build committees. When we build a fire truck or when we design a station, we have someone that specifically represents health and safety on each one of those committees. Their primary focus is to look at, for instance, on the fire truck, ergonomics. Are we putting things in the right place? So we're trying to prevent some injuries by not putting all the heavy stuff way up high where they've got to reach up and pull stuff up and down this way. Is everything reachable on the truck? When we're designing the stations, are we designing them with all of the necessary components to prevent accidents like slips, trips, falls, all that kind of stuff? Again, kind of the ergonomics. So that filters into almost everything we do. We try and look at everything we do through a health and safety lens. One of the things we've really advanced in the last couple of years is our annual physicals. There was a great presentation by Frontline this morning. We actually met with them. We ended up not selecting their company, but they're very, very happy with what they presented. And again, they're kind of cutting edge and leading edge. Not everyone can afford a Cadillac version. I would tell you, start where you can. That's what we did. We didn't get to where we are today in 1 year. It's been a building process of asking for resources and each year kind of demonstrating through data and some of the other things why we need more money for some of our health and safety programs, specifically to the annual physicals, because they get pretty expensive. I think we're paying almost $550 per member right now for our annual physicals. Those are, we finally achieved the 1582 minimum standards and above this year, really for the first time. Not only will we be doing the standard physicals and everything is prescribed through there, but we're doing the sonogram cancer screenings. We're screening assessment as part of our annual physical. We're doing the true VO2 max assessment for their cardiovascular and lung capacity health. And so all of that is now rolled into our annual physical. One of the things I'm proud about is that it's not just for our operations staff. It's only for sworn. We don't put our civilian staff through it, but it's modeled from the chief down. From the chief down, everyone goes through this annual physical. We're not exempt from any one piece of it, or they don't write special rules for the chief because he's not in operations anymore. The chief, the assistant chiefs, our battalion chiefs, anyone who is a sworn firefighter in our department goes through the same physical every single year. We've been pushing for several years. We're a meet and confer union organized civil service department. So that comes with rules and stipulations and processes you have to go through to achieve some of these things. I would be more than happy to help or answer questions or talk. Leonard will have my contact information for anybody who wants to reach out to me after today with any specific questions or, hey, what did you deal with this? What did your staff think about that? Anything I can help with on that line, please reach out and ask. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions I can. But for the first time, we've gotten an annual physical fitness incentive put into our contract this year. So starting in October 1, anybody that meets the standards set by the outline document will receive $100 a month as a fitness incentive. We set that at the 42 number with VO2 max, which is what 1582 said as basically the minimum standard. We anticipate through conversation with our peer fitness trainers and everything, probably only about 35% of our department's going to meet that this year as the first go round. This will be the first year we've actually done the full true VO2 max assessment. So it's kind of our baseline year. We've done sub-maximal assessments previously with our PFTs, but this will be the first true assessment where you're hooked up like you saw on there with the EKG leads and everything. So we'll see where that ends up, but that's something we're pretty proud of because we've been pushing for a long time to try and incentivize some of that. We've got the majority of our departments probably just underneath that. Every department's got a few that are going to be kind of lingering on the bottom end, but the majority of our department's going to be in the middle, and we're hoping that that incentive is enough to push them a little bit more to meet that next standard and above. And so anything above that is great. So that end, the way we've set it up is if you are at that minimum 42 or above, you get the stipend, great, nothing else is needed. If you are in the middle section from under 42 to whatever that number is they've established, the PFTs are available to you to help write workouts, help with just basically anything you need help physically fitness wise, they're available. If you are in the bottom level, you will be assigned a PFT and you'll have mandatory on-duty workouts for that next period of time to try and get you up at least into the middle standard where you really should be as a minimum to be a fit firefighter on the truck. There's not any punitiveness to it. That was one of the things that we went back and forth a lot. You can call it punitive, you can call it accountable. The accountability piece we're covering by, we can assign a PFT to you and tell you while you're on duty, you will work out under the direction of this PFT. There's no discipline that's assigned to any of that. If we're down in that lowest level consistently, I would imagine at some point the doctors are going to say there's an issue for fit for duty, and then we rely on the doctors to tell us whether that firefighter is fit to be on the truck or not. There's not a punitive side from us saying, well, you've been in this level for 4 years now, we're going to start a disciplinary processes on it. So the accountability is really just the assigning of the PFT to it. And that was the biggest pushback from our staff when we were going through contract negotiations. We want the incentive. We realize why the incentive is necessary, but we don't want to make any of it punitive. And so that's kind of where we landed, and we'll see how it works out for us. I think it's going to work pretty good so far. Any questions on the physical piece of it? Yes, sir.
You have somebody that's not fit for duty, do you leave them in operations or you reassign them?
So for us, because we're civil service, if they are classified as not fit for duty, they would be moved to a limited duty status. We call it light duty. Yes, we would take them off the truck, and then they would have to go through an additional assessment by another doctor to determine whether or not they're truly fit for duty or not. We wouldn't leave it just on the single classification.
And then I consider that punitive.
So they're still being paid at their full rate. I'm assuming some would probably say if you're changing my shift schedule, then yes, that can be looked at as punitive, but that has nothing to do with our actual annual physical program. That's with our hiring and employment status. We require that you go through an annual physical and be certified fit for duty each year. If you don't meet that, then that's when you would get moved to a light duty assignment. And then obviously you'd be working with a PFT. You'd be doing those things, and then you would get a second assessment to either validate or dispute that original not fit for duty assessment.
And that's lined out in your chapter 142 contract.
We're 143, but yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So kind of follow up, when they are assigned light duty,
Say again, I'm sorry.
they get assigned light duty and they get reevaluated, do they have to redo the go to max testing to be put back on operation?
So we have not run into it yet. I would assume they would have to go back through the full physical assessment. The way the company that we've hired does it is they actually sit with the doctor first. So it's everything's done on the same day. You go through your medical physical piece first, and they clear you to then go to that next where you actually conduct the PFT, the VO2 max test. Thank you. So that is to really catch anything that maybe is underlying that they shouldn't be putting you into that test and pushing you to fatigue level. The last thing we want to do is have someone have a medical emergency in the middle of the testing. So they'll go through the medical physical clearing part first before they move to that. Any other questions on the actual physical piece of it? Okay. Kind of back on the side of the health and safety program. Part of our annual physical also includes a mental resiliency check-in. So we require all of our staff as part of the annual physical to sit with a member of Tanya Glenn's office and just do a mental resiliency check-in. They're not required to say a word, but we do afford every single person, and we manage so somebody can't just say, I don't want to do it. Time and opportunity to sit down, and they ask them basically questions like, how are you doing? Anything bothering you, that kind of stuff. And we've modified that throughout the years because we've been doing that for a few years now. The way we used to do it, we would have them come to our administrative offices and set up, and then we would rotate the trucks through. We got a lot of kind of feedback on that everybody felt like they were kind of a fishbowl. Everybody was watching how long they sat with the lady from the office, and they felt uncomfortable doing it that way. So we work with Tanya's office, and now what we do is they actually go to each station and they visit each station and they do those mental resiliency checks in the stations themselves where they're more comfortable, where they're not in front of the administrative staff, they're not in front of 2 or 3 other trucks that are now stacked up waiting on them to get out and clear so they can have their turn. And that we've gotten a lot better feedback on doing it, and that's how we're going to do it again this year as well. So that was one of the modifications we made, something we're trying to do for them that, maybe our first swag at it wasn't the best setup. And so we evaluate that each year. And that's one thing, kind of going back to the accreditation piece of it. That's one of our programs that being accredited, we evaluate every year. What's good, what's bad, what feedback are we getting on it? And that's one of those changes we made through that kind of constant evaluation and improvement process. And it's worked pretty well so far. Beyond that, we have a contract signed with Tanya Glenn's office that provides counseling services to all of our membership. It's completely anonymous. Basically, the way our program works is if one of our members needs help, feels like they need to go have a session with her office, they schedule that directly with her office, and then they go in. At the end of each month, we get a bill from her saying, I had X number of sessions and the hourly rate for those sessions. No names, no, this person was here 6 times or this person was 2 times. It's completely anonymous. And so we just pay that bill every month as it comes in. Obviously, we track that data to make sure we've got enough in the budget to cover it. It does this, as you would expect, depending on some of the things that go on. They are very specific to work related. issues. And so if a member reaches out and schedules time and it's more of a, like a family at home type issue or a financial stressor or something that's not necessarily work related, her office doesn't specialize in that stuff. Her office specializes specifically in traumatic calls, PTSD, and that kind of stuff. So we've reached out and established a relationship, not a contract, but a relationship with another therapist in Cedar Park that also specializes in first responders, but that works within an office that does everything. So they have a specialist that deals with family-related or child-related issues, financial issues, marital issues, things like that. And so we've gotten them to offer a discounted rate, although the city doesn't contract or pay for that. It's a discounted rate and another resource that we've made all of our employees aware of. And so we actually brought her in. She came around to all the stations, introduced herself, kind of start making that relationship. We explained how that works. They're working on getting on our insurance so that our insurance will actually cover some of that. So that's all part of the conversation we had when we really started looking for additional resources. Very, very happy with Tanya Glenn's office, but it's very hyper focused on the stuff we deal with at work. So we wanted to make sure we were trying to find more resources so that we weren't missing anything. Because a lot, as several people have mentioned already, a lot of what happens at home comes to work, and a lot of what happens at work ends up traveling to home. And so they do cross over. And so trying to make sure that we had all of those pieces covered is really what we've been striving for. One of the most recent things that we've done that we did not do previously, and this was again through part of our evaluation, was we realized we were kind of missing our retirees. And so we put a process in place now. Once an employee notifies us that they're retiring officially, we actually schedule kind of an exit interview, if you will, a transition interview is kind of what we call it, with Tanya's office and that employee. So they have an opportunity to kind of talk through what their plans are for retirement. What are they going to, what kind of stressors and stuff are they going to be dealing with? Maybe address some of that separation anxiety that some of us get after we retire and we don't have that connection to the emergency services field anymore. That's great as you're going out, but when you really start looking, especially post-retirement, when you start looking at like suicide numbers and issues with our staff once they've retired and they're feeling kind of lost, or like they don't have that support system around them every day like they did at work, we actually got with Tanya's office, and what we've done is we now notify her office of the date of separation, retirement. This is for our retirees, not for someone who's terminated or someone who leaves the department early. But if you retire with our department, we extend that service for a year after you retire. And so again, it's all anonymous. We don't know if the person she's seeing is a retiree or a current employee, but we give her a full year of authorization to continue to see that employee at our cost. And so that's kind of how we're trying to make sure we don't miss that final piece after we do that. It extends a little bit to that too. We're working on it. COVID kind of put a big dent in things for most of us, but we're trying to make sure that we establish retiree kind of get-togethers, whether it's a lunch or a function like a picnic or something like that, where we invite all of our retirees back into the stations, and we do something at one of the stations to kind of help keep them connected a little bit. Some of them have moved away, some of them are close. We don't have a ton of retirees currently. I know that would probably be challenging the bigger your department is, but it's worked pretty well for us so far. What else? Any questions on Tanya Glenn's office or the mental resiliency piece? I know starting out for us, there was pushback. Like, what do you mean I got to sit down with a psychiatrist every year? You're not laying on a couch, going through the whole thing. They do a very good job of making it very conversational, very comfortable, and not really forcing you to talk, but making sure that they're there in case you need to, and then also making sure everyone has that information to follow up on if they decide, you know what, I don't want to talk today, but maybe in a couple of weeks, I decide I need to go make an appointment. We have touched on a couple of the teams. We'll start with peer fitness trainers. We put our peer fitness trainers through the WFI program, got them certified. And initially we were using them not only for helping our staff in the department with exercise routines and dietary stuff and things on that nature, but they were also the team that did our submaximal VO2 assessment each year. And that was just for baseline. There was no incentive, there was no punitive institute. It was just, this is where you are each year based on these standards. Now, because we've moved to the true VO2 max test, it's actually conducted by a third-party company. They're more of a component of the follow-up of how what do I need to do to improve? Is somebody mandatorily being assigned PFT? And so they're actually kind of excited about that role. They feel like they were all over the place initially. And it's hard. I think our peer fitness team initially was 7 members. We're 85 sworn. And so it's hard. You don't have someone at every station on every shift, every day available. But they were really good about being available off duty by phone call, emails, or making time to come in when they could to work with a crew who was on duty.
Do you compensate those PFTs?
We do. Yeah, when we have them come in for meetings, because we do quarterly meetings with the PFTs to talk about how things are going, plans, changes to the annual physical, that kind of stuff. We compensate them for those meetings. And then if they come in on their time off to work with somebody, they just have to communicate with us. We don't let them just come in at will and then turn in a bunch of time for it. They do have to communicate with us, but yes, we do compensate them for that. That's something we've done really from day one, and I credit our chief for that. Anytime we've asked somebody to come in outside of their normal work schedule, whether it's for a meeting, for assistance, or being part of a program, we've always compensated them. The peer support team is again been very crucial for us. And I'll cover a couple of scenarios we've had that have really tested our team too. But I'm the lead of our peer support team, but because of my administrative position, I can't necessarily be involved in all the details of every single interaction with one of our members in our peer support team. So we have a GroupMe app set up. It's how we notify the team when there's been a traumatic call, a family incident or a death in the family or something like that. And so we put that out. We call it rostering. We put that out to the group, and then the PFT, the peer support team members will come up and say, "Hey, I'll reach out to so and so," or I've got time. I'll run over and check on that crew because they just ran a 2-year-old CPR, that didn't make it or something along those lines. And so we try anytime we have an activation and we roster that up. Somebody comes up and says, I'll take care of it. So you're not bombarding them with 6 or 7 different people calling them to check on them, see if they're okay. We kind of have a check-in process that we use. So we make sure 1, it's getting taken care of, but 2, we're not overwhelming them. We put mental resiliency posters up in all of our stations, and part of that poster is all of the peer support team members' names. And any station at any facility within the fire department, you know who you can reach out to and what number or email to reach out to them on. So there's no missed piece of I needed help, but I didn't know who I could contact. We have that, and not only do we talk continuously about Tanya Glenn's office and her availability, but our peer support team too. We started just this last year creating little PSA videos with our peer support team where they talk about things like burnout, they talk about things like vicarious trauma, they talk about some of those things that we deal with. And then we assign those out through our career cert training software. They're usually 45 seconds to a minute and a half, but the thought process behind it is just keeping the message going, keeping that in the forefront of everybody's mind so that it's not something that only gets talked about once a year. The peer support team's been great. We have the ability to use our in-house PIO office. They do the video filming, so it doesn't cost us anything. And then we just assign them out through the software we're already paying for. So that's the biggest challenge there, is just getting people to actually watch them. So we assign them as a mandatory training. We assign like a 2-minute value to them, and then we put reminders so that they know when it's due. And then we do the follow-up piece of, hey, it's come and gone, and I've got, we reach out to the BC, say you've got 2 or 3 members on your department that didn't watch it, get with them and show up this morning, make sure they get that video watched. And so it's tough love sometimes, gentle pushing, but just keeping that message in front of them so there's never a point in time where any of our members don't feel like they have the appropriate resources to reach out and ask for help. Catherine, can you think of anything else that would be important to touch on so far that we've talked about? I know we did the evaluations not too long ago. So.
Any questions from online?
Again, if you guys have any questions about our programs, our processes, how they receive some of the problems and challenges we work through with each and every one of those, please feel free to reach out to me, either by phone or email. Leonard's got all my contact information. I'm sure he'll make sure everybody has it. Thank you all for letting me come talk to you about our program.
All right, we're going to jump into just going more in depth on criteria 11B. Accreditation is more than just about response times, more than just emergency operations. There is a component on health and safety programs. So I'm suggesting here that we discuss some of the points and just have a roundtable discussion between the different departments here on how they're tackling these items or what they hope to accomplish. What I'm going to pull up on the screen is the 10th edition interpretation guide. This, oh, geez, really? Give me a second here. Let's see. Okay, we're going to go off the actual self-assessment manual instead. The first item is 11B1. Your department provides for initial, regular, rehabilitative, medical, and fitness evaluations. Who wants to go up first on discussing this? Cedar Park's off the hook. El Paso? Speak loud enough or move closer to the mic. Or does anyone want to bail out El Paso at the moment?
If you want to know what we do.
Yeah, what y'all do, what you'll plan to do, and see your department for the.
Fire 4 years ago, we started third-party life scan. And before that, we were doing it in pure agency, which was definitely subpar, but something. So we've had good success with life scan. We're definitely looking at other options. Obviously, the presentation we saw this morning was pretty epic, especially as the chief mentioned about getting the true VO2 and not the sub. And then the opportunity to the mental health annual assessment from even another third party. We partner with Tommy Glenn as well on the mental side of things. But we have even another avenue to be able to work with on and off. I think would be cool. I think we're meeting NFP 1582 guidelines, but I think that there's improvement, and we look forward to doing so.
And what department are you with again?
New Braunfels.
New Braunfels. All right. Go ahead, Carl.
So to define this a little bit better, because it's what you'll speak to, obviously, when you're writing your self-assessment. Do you provide an initial medical and fitness evaluation?
Yes.
Do you provide a regular medical and fitness evaluation?
Yes.
Do you provide rehabilitative medical and fitness evaluation?
Yes.
That's what you would write to, and therefore you would provide an analysis of how it's working for you, and then a plan for improvement if there's any gaps, things you don't like, even if it doesn't meet that, if it's above 15A. Remember, standards are minimum standard, right? And then obviously you would need to provide a reference for all of that, codified by policy, procedure, whatever the case may be. The key to it is those underlying words.
But, and thanks for bringing that up about as far as rehabilitative, because I would think that that's where I know ourselves and maybe a lot of organizations, especially the ones I speak to, are probably at a minimum standard as far as getting folks back on the job after either on the job or off the job injury or illness. And so I'm curious as to what folks are doing. I know we're very curious about exploring the not only the candidate physical agility testing for folks coming into the department, but incumbent physical agility testing, and pursuing that towards reintegration after a long-term injury or illness. So,
For us, we have someone that's on duty or off duty, injury wise, we have the ability to move into a modified or light duty position. While they're in, then that's working under doctor restrictions, of course.
yes, sir.
While they're in, we give them time during each day to PT. So even though they're in on a 40-hour and they're not at the station, we still allow them to go to one of the stations or of course go to physical therapy appointments, things like that. And we make the physical PFTs available to assist them with specific rehab type exercises. So I think it's mostly just a commitment to getting them healthy again and just affording them the time and facilities.
Yeah.
And if you have people that are trained to do it, signing out or working with them to rotate who's available to help that person.
Yeah.
We've had a couple of people that have been out long-term after on-the-job injuries. And we've even gotten to a point where one of our employees, the doctor cleared her back to full duty. And he approaches the chief, I'm cleared for full duty, but I still feel like my strength isn't where it needs to be. Can I have 2 more weeks to work now that I'm cleared to do everything? Can I work for 2 weeks to really get back to that? And we allowed it.
Sure.
So the last thing we want is put them back on the truck. We all know the workers' comp claim or workers' comp doctor outcome, just because they released it 100% doesn't necessarily mean 100%.
Right, and that's the struggle we have, especially, I mean, we've had some COVID cases that were lingering for long periods of time just because of complications that happen. And next thing you know, it's been 90 to even up to 180 days that that person's been, off the line. I think we're pretty consistent with you. We're committed to that person's rehabilitation. But as far as what is that true assessment, especially a JPR assessment, of are they ready to get back to the job? I think we could do a lot better there than our workers' comp doctor saying, you're good.
Any other cities want to jump in on this topic, on what you're all doing for the entry level entering personnel and regular medical physicals, as well as the fitness, which are a separate component?
What are the fitness evaluations? What does that entail? How do you guys, like the department, you work? What do you guys do for the fitness evaluation that meets that check mark?
For new hires or for incumbents?
Nothing.
So for incumbents, we actually used to do a modified version of the incumbent challenge. We actually had a company come in and certify it. So it wasn't just us saying this is what we think we should be doing. And they actually made us change a couple of pieces of apparatus and the way we did things. Once that was certified, then we were doing that annually. And then ultimately we replaced that now with the assessment through the third party. Because it's not just in the past, if we didn't do that, what we got from our Ahmed was, can you squat down and touch your toes? Can you raise your arms above your head? Can you do X number of push-ups and sit-ups? Good, you're good for you. That's not a true assessment of whether or not someone's fit for duty. And so that's why we really pushed to move towards a third party that did a full cardiovascular and lung capacity assessment on top of flexibility and all of the medical marker stuff. As far as the assessment comments, the new hires run through our standard. It's kind of like a CPAP test, but it's a modified challenge.
Does that actually meet the requirements? Is that device?
So there are no requirements by CFAI. Okay, so what it is you pick what the fitness evaluation will be for the organization. Right now, keep in mind, when you do fitness evaluation, they have to be the HR and all the legal teams, they're going to go through this to make sure it's done the right way so keep you liable down the road. So as long as it has all of that, that's your fitness evaluation. Then benchmark it against their program or 1582 or some other program here. And if there's a gap, that's your plan for improvement. But we're not here to dictate what your fitness evaluation will be. Because yours is going to be different than what mine was.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The competencies are really geared towards are you doing it or are you not?
Okay.
So going back to El Paso, since I made Dennis move up, what's El Paso doing in terms of fitness and medical evaluations?
So initially, when we bring them in, same thing, CPAP, Just walking through, it's a complete physical CPAP. Get them in on an annual basis for incumbents. We do a full-fledged physical blood work, stress test, all that good stuff. And then 6 months after that, we put them with the PFT for another actual assessment of VO2 max, strength training, all that good stuff. Just a testing. As far as rehabilitative, something we're working on. So how do I? So we have a union. There's always some things that we try to work on, but we have like the entry program we're trying to develop. We do have a program performance evaluation that's been validated by a third party. We initiated that a while back, had some issues with it. We had guys show up and be honest, the officers show up because it's not community. They show up and one of the things to start off is going to go up, 4 lights, a high-rise pack. Instead, we just basically go down, get ready to go up something. So that's something we're trying to reincorporate back into what we do. Because a lot of stuff in that fireground performance is basically what you would do with the firefighter. So it's a good evaluation, your strength, your flexibility, and all that good stuff, and just your capacity to do the job. So with that, you figure anyone that goes through and one of the things that we're working on. If they're not able to finish it or they choose not to, we're going to put them with the field. The whole point of it, in essence, is just to get our guys healthy, especially after COVID and the fact that, I'm sure a lot of the only our department, a lot of parts are the same. Guys aren't working out as much, nutrition is pretty much shot. We can get them back to eating better, exercising more. That's the main focus. And we don't want to punish them. We don't want to drive them off. We want to see, is there a way to get these guys motivated back to the moment they want to? Because we know we tell them, hey, you have to work out, but do they work out? Are we sitting there making sure that they do what they're supposed to do? No. So how do we get our employees self-motivated back to doing what they should? I think what they do beyond the job. It's psychology. And as far as the fitness evaluations, it's annual. So medical, physical, and fitness evaluations.
You guys wanted to move on to the next one?
I was gonna ask, just, how to mention, you guys are probably from a process where you have people that have been in the department for a while, they've suffered a pretty significant injury, can't get cleared back for operations. Do you separate that out to where it's like, hey, this is what's required for operational staff, yet we do allow kind of I will call it the walking wounded bureau, but, you know, those that don't have people operation.
We do. I mean, right now, the fireground performance, to be honest, it's going to be something that we want to do 25% of the department in years, so every 4 years. The way it's going to work is pretty much focused on operations. That's our goal, because those are individuals actually doing that heavy lifting. So 25%, you only for the first year, you're going to be doing it every 6 months. I figure that's also amazing. You have to do it every 6 months, just kidding. You're just going to do it every 6 months for the rest of your career. So, but on that other note, yes, we have temporary assignment. We try to accommodate everyone we can. Good job on that, because you're right, we'll get into it. It will not be a detention. We try to do it. If not, then
And can everyone speak out louder? The people online still can't hear that well.
anyone hear me? Come over.
Waco, Sugarland, Missouri City, anyone? Additional comments?
And on that last point, once they reach MMI, there's no guarantee of employment. And that's whether it's a sick leave, you know, modified duty or light duty. And so we're really clear by policy that we're a fairly lean operation. Paso probably has lots of capacity. Houston has lots of capacity. You know, got about a dozen admin slots, and those get filled up. And I think those people working specialty areas, not listed overflow. So they have to apply for another job within the city, and that's by policy. Luckily, we hold back about 7% of our FTEs across the city. about 850 employees or so. There's always about 50 spots that are available. And there's something that they can slide into. So it's a little more palatable. But other than that, I think we do everything the best time. Yes.
All right, next topic is the department provides personnel with access to fitness facilities and equipment. We'll start with College Station.
All right, so yes, we do that. We have workout facilities built into all of our stations. It's something we budget for when we build it to make space for that within the station and to equip it with whatever equipment the firefighters choose, cardio, conditioning equipment, weightlifting equipment, and things. So each one's a little different because of the budget for purchase equipment from the station wears out. Old pieces from home get brought in. So there's a little bit of disparity between the stations of what equipment is actually in each station. They use that workout facility. They also just go out in the bay and organize stations out there. Our guys are really good about doing those kind of things at some of our stations. Other stations, they might not get it done as often. We have access to, also the city provides for all city employees a gym reimbursement program, so you can choose a local gym if you want to. It's not very much money, but if you have a contract with a gym or membership at the gym and you prove that, you get a reimbursement. We're working on improving that a little bit. $10 a month ain't much. I mean, they'll get you a full membership at Planet Fitness. And it's about half of your membership cost at Gold's Gym. We have a contract with them for, you take a direct deposit, Gold's Gym, you get a $25 membership. So lots of access to gym facilities and workout equipment. We struggle though at that point where the initial equipment wears out. It'll be our plan for improvement. Where the initial equipment wears out, then it's just kind of whatever people are bringing from home that they have left over, or they're finding a deal on Craigslist and some used stuff from a gym that shut down in town. And then they're bringing in their own stuff to the fire stations and using that. And that works, but we prefer to be able to provide new equipment under maintenance contracts, stuff like that. So when it breaks down, we get fixed real quick. The other thing that is planned for improvement, our treadmills go down. We have maintenance contracts on those things. We've got a guy at the station who knows how to work on them. So we work parts of our quartermaster. He gets the part, he goes up, he fixes it. So we have some room for improvement, but we do have the space at every station for working out. And if the workout room's not too great, they just go out in the bay and they do it out there, or they do it out in
You don't have any policy covering what they're allowed to work out on duty, guaranteeing them time to work out on duty, that kind of stuff.
No. We've tried some of that. We've tried some go out of service to work out, like if they wanted to go somewhere and swim. And so they'd be off out of service or delayed for response if they wanted to go to the pool and swim. These are for our guys who are on the Swiftwater teams and our divers. But it became, this was too many years ago for me to be very familiar with it, but it didn't work out. So that's it. Yeah, we tried and it didn't really work out.
We've never done out of service for PT, but one of the things that used to be in our policy a long time ago was everyone was ran an hour per shift to work out.
We write a policy, you're expected to work out and have what I do is I have the data that says when you're busiest at this station. So I know station 6 is busiest at 1 o'clock. So I send that to them. Say, look, try not to work out at 1 o'clock. That's going to be your busiest time. So try to organize your workouts for the time of the day when you're not typically running as many calls for your responsibility. And that helps. So you're like, okay, well, I'll either get it done in the morning or we'll get it done later in the afternoon. We'll keep 1 o'clock over. And then it's different across the city.
We remove basically any policy that says it's this time or that time. Or how much. It's just you have access. You're there for 24 hours. Get your work done and work at it.
Yeah, and I know personally, I prefer to work out in the afternoon. I do not like doing it first thing in the morning, and I do not like doing it after eating. So it's that before dinner. That's for me. And so if I'm going to work out, that's when it's going to be. Other people may for that first thing in the morning. They want to get up at 5:30 and do it before they go home. Okay, that's great too. So, yeah, we all flexibility.
For the equipment side of things, CPSE standardized of an equipment list, and that's what we purchase for every gym. So it is the same at every gym for us. We do allow them to bring in some stuff from home, but it can't be large apparatus stuff like their own treadmills or their own things like that. But they want to bring in functional bars or sandbags and things like that, we allow that. And then one of the things we've kind of run across a few times is we do health and safety inspections of the each department, and we found like one station, we found 100-pound dumbbells with 10-pound dumbbells duct taped on the end of it so they can make it heavy. Stuff like that we haven't put in policy, but we've made very clear through conversation that there's still got to be some reasonableness to the workout.
Sure. You kind of everything standardized, so that if they want to bring something in, price for the first. So everything's the same across the board, so it helps. And the maintenance, have a maintenance contract, well, that was a great idea. That's what we're
Thank you, Carl. Thank you, Mike. Thank you.
Good to see you.
Well, we'll catch up later at the expo floor tomorrow.
Preventive maintenance or is it just repair?
So in terms of space, do y'all restrict having the workout space from the base?
We don't allow them to. You can work out in the day, I guess, if you want to go and do like a spindle wad or something. And that's great, but we don't put any equipment in the day. Our equipment, kind of like paddles, basically. Stay away from it.
Yeah, if they use the base space, they carry the stuff out there. They carry the box and the handbags and they'll even roll the rowers out there sometimes when they're doing stations. And then it goes right back in. So it's not sitting out there getting dirty.
That was a big part of our cancer push too, cancer prevention push, was we had two of our stations had spaces in the open bay where the gym equipment was. And we closed those and air conditioned and sealed them out where we're not getting that piece of particulate and all that good stuff on all the bunker gear too.
Anyone else want to discuss equipment and facilities for fitness equipment? And Roland has added the following comment on the screen. So do y'all
I don't know how
document?
you would enforce that. I mean, that just sounds like because, I mean, I can get more done in 30 minutes than a lot of guys get done in 2 hours. Just if I organize my workout correctly, right? And so, and how do you enforce that? Has anybody got a good idea for that?
Yeah, we say it, but we don't enforce it. Like I said, it's going back to that idea of just getting them. Getting in for 20 minutes, better than that. Yeah. You know, is it really an hour? And we'll sit there with a stopwatch. Counting look like if you're getting them in there, get something.
No, I have seen though, I think it was in South Bend, I was in a fire station there. I went to look at their facility, nice, beautiful workout room and their main station. Had a logbook. And you logged in, when you came down, you just time in, time out, signature. And I asked, like, what is this? Is this how you enforce this? Or they said, no, it's really when you go and you want to do your, you're putting your case together for your annual review. And you say, well, you know, I can go back in here and look, how many shifts did I get my workout in? And count it up. And so that's just kind of for the guys to track. They can say on their physical fitness piece of their annual review, how are you doing? They say, well, I'm doing great. I hit 90% of my shifts that I worked, I got in the weight room and I did something for about 30 minutes or an hour. So that's just kind of a self-accountability thing they had going on. And I thought that's a good idea for the logbook. I get stuck behind it. Yeah, doesn't like it to be a watch there.
Especially if you got, instead of working with the stations, some of the stations, they're not going to work out. They're running 20 runs. Probably don't want to work out.
Chief Marino online, can you discuss what's happening in Houston? And he just texted me, no, I'm not ready to answer questions.
You're talking about 11B2?
Yes.
Yeah. In Houston, when I came into this position a little less than a year ago, one of my early efforts was to provide the personnel with fitness facilities. I did this by first establishing a health and fitness committee made up of some core members that were highly motivated, primarily because I couldn't do it all by myself. And fortuitously, I was approached by our resource management chief with an opportunity to spend some donated funds from a charitable foundation. And we purchased, created a functional fitness approach program and purchased just over $200,000 worth of exercise equipment. Since then, the Health and Fitness Committee has gone on to support the members' needs at the stations with missing or damaged equipment. And they've really taken off and created their own website to facilitate workout meetings and provide personnel with fitness routines and nutritional information. So it's an ongoing project, but I think it's important. And it was actually kind of an easy win because most firefighters appreciate that type of contribution from the department. So that's why I made it an early target of mine.
All right, thank you, Sarah. Anyone else want to contribute to this item? New Braunfels, Waco?
I think I echo with, I think a lot of us are doing the same things. I would like to just echo that mandating the 60 minutes versus making it available, or I think they're construed as two different things. And I think that it's on us as organizations to ensure that availability. I know that's, and we have struggled as well over the years. We have allowed companies to go out of service. And I think it's I know the gentleman left already, but do I want that on the 6 o'clock news that, well, I had a heart attack right across the street from the fire station. I had a 7-minute response because my folks were working out, because that was more of a priority than what we swore to do. So, those are struggles, and those struggles are real, but I think that the availability and the accessibility is always going to win outside of mandating something.
Yeah, we buy equipment where we can. Some of it gets maintained been difficult because manufacturers change or they don't service it. Our station 1 has a big gym, everybody's got access to it. Or is the city gym?
And to Cap's point here, some folks like to work out at 5:30 a.m. when they get off, or some folks like to work out off duty.
Yeah.
I know we struggled with that when we were trying. We had administrations that tried to mandate fitness, but we had, and we are fire-based BMS like a lot of agencies are. And we've got folks running 15 to 18 calls in a 24-hour period. The fitness on duty is probably not much of an option for those folks. But they're working out off duty, keeping themselves squared away. And, I have a hard time, especially in my position, penalizing somebody for that, for taking care of themselves off duty. As we know, in ops, we only work 1/3 of our lives. The only time you're working out is during the operational period. You're probably not getting over that.
Our newer stations, we're making sure we build the gym in it. Out of the engine room.
So right into the criteria though, you don't have to have a gym in every station.
Yeah.
It's do you have access to it? And it could be as simple as we have a city rec center that's free to all employees. Well, they have that, and as long as your employees know that, they have access to it. And, whether you make time when they're on duty or off duty, and then then the plan for improvement would be building gyms and adding new stations, and improving equipment, stuff like that. But you still write to this criteria and meet it and suffice without having everything perfect. Those considering accreditations. Please don't feel like you gotta have everything 100% perfect to meet the criteria. It's really just, are you doing it or not? Do they have access or not?
All right, we're going to do one more before break and then transition into credentialing programs. The agency provides wellness fitness training to all employees and members. And remember, all includes your civilian staff. Not that I'm a little biased about that. Who wants to start?
I'll say, for Sugarland, that's something that is really evident to all of us. And also like Tuesdays and Thursdays, we have many classes that you can up on and like do, so that's something different than just like regular workout. But also for me, like I don't work in a fire station, but I work in the fire department. I can always just go upstairs and work out. We also have like access to this config where you can like log in your workouts. They do sessions for like nutrition. You can, ask somebody questions or like they can help you out. People are willing to like share their Peloton info with you, so you can also use that. But that's something that is accessible for everybody. And we also have the employee assistance program. So that's also for the mental health side. If we're having difficulties outside of work, that's something we have access to. And we can also like get gym membership and get that at a discount. If you want to work out outlet.
And we have messages from Hutto. Hutto has workout equipment at each station, but was granted permission by the local YMCA to allow on-duty crews to work out for free, but only when on duty. We had everyone sign an acknowledgement stating that he respected the rules and would not attempt to work out for free off duty. Admin civilian staff have access to the station's YMCA for fitness training as well. Does any department feel that their firefighters are hesitant to participate in the city programs, quote unquote, as opposed to fire specific programs? Like firefighters that are saying that's a city hall program, that's not for us type of mentality.
No, like it goes both ways. We have non-fire guys, like PD will come work out at our fire stations. Our average gym is better than what's at PD. Public Works will come, but then our guys will go to City Hall and get massages. Like we have a massage program. So. We also, it's kind of related to the last one though, and I think it's interesting. We allow our guys to play basketball, and increasingly now we have people playing pickleball on duty. And I got a lot of pushback basketball, but we wrote it into a policy. As a matter of fact, we did get somebody hurt, blew out his knee playing basketball. But workers' comp picked it up because their policy said that's part of our physical, our wellness program. Where if we didn't have that in policy, then it would have gotten up to that. I believe we probably would have still paid for it, but it was much easier because we just tried to hide the truth. And so we want them to go and do stuff wherever they can get it. If they have, we have yoga at different city facilities. There's massage. There's pickleball. Everything's shorter. We have this. We're getting a pump track, which I'm not exactly sure what this is, but I know our guys are going to be doing it. It's like mountain bike. It's black top or asphalt BMX tracks apparently, and I'm pretty sure we're going to have engines and ladders out there challenging each other. So we're right that that's okay to do. Anything that keeps them moving, like that's the guy wanting to go into a fire, not the guy's going to sit there and want to read.
So who here has pure fitness trainers? Can you describe your program
Yeah, our program.
and your
is-
department again?
Leander. Our program started a couple years ago and we tried to select a couple people per shift and we selected just randomly. It worked out atrociously because some of the people we selected were not into fitness. And as we've grown and developed, we have now selected people who have a vested interest in nutrition or wellness, or they have a physical therapist background. And so our model now is to provide a in-depth training session at least 4 times a year to anyone on staff that allows them to figure out. They provided here recently a binder with various styles of workouts to every gym in our organization. They cover all injuries and sprains that we had in our organization. They go through and relate the movements on the fire ground to physical fitness that we can actually do to help us with that. And a lot of it boils down to having the members identified so that they can provide guidance towards improvement. On staff, we actually had 3 people lose significant amount of weight and become healthier overall just by following the information we provided for them. It's been a really cool program to see shift from you're being told you have to do this to now we have people who are actually interested and invested in the overall well-being of the organization.
One of the things we learned too through our PFCs and selecting the right ones are important. Sometimes it gives you access to outside resources too that you might not have otherwise identified. One of our PFCs introduced us to a sports-specific physical therapist. And so we engage with her and we actually bring her in now. She's only done it once, but our goal is twice a year. She actually comes in and does 3 shifts worth of training with all of our crews on injury prevention, stretching, functional workout, stuff. And this is someone who's spent 30 years working with professional sports teams. We would never have known she was even a possible resource if it hadn't been for one of our PFTs that works out with her at her physical therapy gym. And so some of those relationships can be made too through those right people. Because if you got people that aren't, dedicated to fitness and they're not out doing the same thing that some of these others are. So I would say it's very important to select the right ones, not just to say you have them, but
One of the really cool things that, like, in recent discussions with our fitness chair, he stated that he doesn't want somebody on the fitness team that's barely meeting the standard of 15 fit. He's like, if they're barely fit themselves, I don't want them coaching somebody else blind leading blind. So he's kind of putting together a list of standards for that committee, for the fitness team, to make sure that he is selecting the right people that can guide and coach and train.
So the Texas Fire Commission has a health and wellness committee. And the goal of that committee is to make sure that every firefighter in every department sees somebody that looks like them. So when we have Portland Fire Department, that's a 1-station fire department, they don't take advice very well from Houston. Or Richmond Fire won't take advice from Dallas, and Sugar Land doesn't want to take it from McKinney. So I mean, it's not my business, but who needs the help of that fitness coordinator? It isn't your most fit people. It's fat asses like me that want to keep the job, they want to stay relevant in the department, and they kind of need to see somebody that looks like them, that faces similar challenges and is being successful, whether it's just barely or it's moderate. You're probably going to listen to that person and not some muscle head that's saying, "Why are you fat?" Just my opinion.
Yeah, so that's actually one of the coolest things is that the chair of the Fair Fitness took one of our oldest guys who was severely out of shape and a 15-year smoker, and he lost about 50 pounds himself. And he was able, just by coaching, so he's been kind of like the champion of it, because he was able to go, I participated in following this program. I participated in working out, and he is, I believe he's 53 years old, and he is fitter than some of the 4-year-olds, which is odd, but he's the testament that we look at and go, he can do it. I don't know what the hold with a lot of people, and it's personal relations, and that's what the core of our peer fitness team is, making sure that they establish personal relationships with individuals instead of just running into the you're gonna die, you're gonna die. It's a lot of, hey man, what are the structures in your life? How can we alleviate from that? This is going to help with that. And his biggest push is also sleep, making sure that you're getting adequate rest.
with the exception of new hires, that's totally 100% dry. To your point though, we've got several of our PFTs are the most fit in our department. And there's people that don't want to work with them because they're afraid they're going to kill them. Like, I watched that person work out. I'm training me, I'm going to die, kind of thing. So there's a lot of validity in the relationship building side of the thing, getting that started, being willing to start to get ultimately where you want to be. I agree. You do need to think about all of those things when you're selecting people. You don't have the credibility, they're not going to listen to them. If they're not like them, you can't relate to them, they're not going to listen to them. So it's about that.
So just a short anecdote on my part before we go on break. I once tried to work out with our fire chief. I was holding a medicine ball. He looked at it, threw it to the side saying, this is not big enough. Get a real one. And I was in pain for the next week because that was a real medicine ball. But he also said that he got much more respect for me to go through the entire workout instead of quitting halfway, unlike a certain union president. But it also is like just going out there, making the effort makes a difference. And also like for civilian staff, that's something that can't be neglected either.
One of the things I meant to mention when I was talking about our health and safety program, and it goes to a lot of what we talked about with the injuries. Part of our health and safety team's job is to review all accidents and injuries from the department. And if it's sports or workout related, that actually gets moved to the PFT committee. And then quarterly, we review all of the accident and injury reports that are sports or workout related, and then make recommendations on, do we need to change equipment? Do we need to fix equipment? Do we need education? We had two guys injure shoulders. One of them needed surgery because they were doing medicine ball exercises, which is a very functional, good exercise, but they were doing them wrong. And so we identified through the review process and started doing some education specifically on, this is a medicine ball. Everybody should know how to use it, you think, but this is the proper way to use it. This is what you don't do with a medicine ball, that kind of stuff to prevent injuries. So I think that's an important part of it too, is looking at those injuries and saying, what can we do to prevent them moving forward?
All right, we're going to go to break until 3:08 p.m., which really means 3:10, but you know how you guys are. We'll start once everyone settles down. So, and this is the laser pointer needed. Or it should be. Okay, let's try that again. There we go. All right, we're back. We're live.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Anderson. I was asked to talk today about credentialing and designation. A little bit about myself. This is my wonderful family that lets me come and do oddball things. I'm a battalion chief over the training and safety division at Pflugerville. On my off time, I'm a Region 6 advocate managing the advocate activities for the National Fallen Firefighters Foundation for Region 6. Live in the home of the hippos. Sit on an NFPA committee. That's how me and Leonard first he first roped me into coming and speaking. And then, you know, I'm in my second term as a designated fire officer. So it leads us to talking about like the designation and where and who have we talked to and about designation. So around the room in here, who is a credential designated, holds a designation? CFO, 2 CFOs and an FO in the room, is that correct? So out of the room, very few have followed through with the process, but everyone in the room has been brought to the consortium through some sort of an affiliation or information regarding CPSE. So then how did the rest of us kind of know about designation or credentialing? I'll use them coinciding differently. Because it leads me into talking about, I'm not going to do my presentation over like what is designation and that. It's like, I want to talk about how we can get more involved in it and why it's beneficial. You know, why do we talk to somebody or why have we mentioned about designation? Are you interested in a chief's job? And that is one of the requirements. Are you looking at something else? So who can benefit from the designation? So the CPSE has the 5 current designations. That's the specific individuals: the fire officer, the EMS officer, the chief training officer, fire marshal, and the chief fire officer. Very relevant to those positions is what I meant by that. So chief officers, are we starting to see different requirements for positions and open calls, you know, for individuals for chief positions? You know, what were some of the early requirements at the start of our careers? You just came up through the ranks or something, right? Now, what is requirements? What are some requirements for chief jobs? Education. Education. Are we looking for EFO candidates? In lieu of EFO, are there other professional designations, certifications, and qualifications that can be looked at or in lieu of? Company officers. How many would believe that there's, you know, that it is applicable for a company officer? I'll talk about a little bit of the benefits there. You know, there's a fire officer designation. I was number 19 in the state of Texas when I finished. There's only from the classes that I've kind of followed. I'm sorry, that's my managing officer. Disregard. But with the managing officer, another kind of certification track, there's only 19. I can't remember how many managing or fire officers. But very few in the state of Texas. Barfield from Oak Hill is one. Versus go look at a list of chief fire officers in the state. It's a more expansive list. And then how is it, you know, it is applicable to all personnel. We're going to talk about how it can be used to guide professional development and to talk about the competencies and how they apply to our firefighter role. So some benefits: recognizing accomplishments. Through the validation process of developing the competencies and the requirements for designation, you know, the host agency, in this case being CPSE, you know, they recognize the accomplishments. So just as you're going to see in the application process, benchmarks you meet are recognized and you get the points that we make you eligible. Through recognizing the areas of competence, and these are those competencies, and these numbers are different, as we heard earlier. It was 12 for FO, 20 for CFO, and our numbers in our slides are all wrong after today. But it's the agency's verified competence in certain areas, the technical competencies, along with recognized knowledge, skills, and abilities for positions, capabilities that must be proven through the application process, Chief Mr. Housen talked about, through education that qualifies you, whether it's degree programs or NFA designations, and also through participation in your community, participating in the fire service, the industry recognition through your service contributions to the fire service. You know, part of the application process looks for you to be involved in your community. So you're also showing recognition of the value of being out in your community. Works to be a long-range career tool. So part of that professional development tool and part of like a total quality improvement process, which mirrors the CFAA process. You know, it looks for you that you are continuously looking to educate yourself, to be participating in fire service events. And then through the renewal processes, it looks for you to continue that career goal and to continue moving forward, either increasing or, improving yourself or continuing to be active and involved. And then there's that group belonging, that sense of pride that goes along with it. You kind of heard me mention a couple of statistics from my managing officer program and fire officer. So I started at the company officer levels between CPSE and the National Fire Academy programs. Relating it to the chief side, you have EFO and CFO. So I have the perspective of coming from the fire officer background and seeing these as opportunities to guide that. And I take tremendous pride because it is different than the chief officer level. But you're part of a group, you're part of an accomplishment, you're recognized. I know about half in here, we saw each other at Florida the last time we all met, and your achievements are recognized by the group. In the business world, look at some comparisons of what one study, one document said. It gives you a competitive advantage in the marketplace. A little bit different than the private world because we have different hiring promotion regulations. I know we have some 143, we have some collective bargaining groups in the room, unknown what other levels. We use it to help drive a competitive advantage. Certain levels outside of some of those roles, chiefs, fire chief positions and such, these types of designations become some competitive advantage. It drives extra efficiency through the skill development. Part of the process you go through, honestly, no matter how well you do in it, somewhere along the way, you're going to do something better. It's like going to college, right? Requiring some sort of degree plan. It may be underwater basket weaving, but to finish an underwater basket weaving degree requires some level of success and work to get there. As we go through the competencies specifically, hopefully we'll see that the skill development comes from specific, service areas. They have the increased earning potential because in that private business world, every other letters that come with it gives you that advantage for negotiation opportunities. For the growth of knowledge and skills because it drives you into areas to work on improvement, achievement, and gains that you otherwise might not have gotten within your own organization, and the professional credibility. So the last part to end with, because Chief Wusterhausen has much more to give to you. How can we leave here and influence the designation or accreditation or for our personnel, or who we're talking to? even amongst the room. So going by some of those things, you know, you have a circle of influence that you talk to. You have the ability to just throw something out to somebody, and somewhere along the way, they may take and run with it. So understand that these are available. Maybe we talk about some advantages and look to guide someone inside your circle. How many of you have any level of this incorporated in a professional development plan in your organization? Do you recognize it? Whether it's incentivized, whether it is, you know, just documented as a training path. How many of you work as a mentor to someone else and you have the ability to lead and guide them into different, you know, paths? You can incorporate it in with your agency accreditation. Accredited agencies, Adam, College Station, right? Is anything in that, because I didn't look ahead of time, is anything in that talk about how many of your personnel are, you know, designated? Yeah, so I mean, even within that, as a part of your accreditation, can this be an area that you can look to achieve? Or can the agency actually look at adding this or talking about this as a part of it? And then my last part is, what ideas would you have? There's only 3 of us in the room, but if I spurred anything, I was hoping the room was full otherwise. I didn't know my audience real well. You know, how can we work with it? What do we need to tell people or get them to know? Is it achievable? It's not. You're going to hear about the application and the process, and I can stand before you and I'm waiting to my 5-year mark, so I don't have to write competency. You know, that's my own thing, but there is something daunting to it. Can it be achieved? Can it be overcome? That leads us to Chief Wusterhausen, who can talk to us about the process to get there. He's going to use the Chief Fire Officer designation, but work through what the process is and give you hopefully some tips. Yeah, thank you, Michael. So my name is Billy Wusterhausen. I'm with Leander Fire Department. I'm the fire chief there. I've been with Leander for 3 years now. I've been in the fire service for 27 years. I was 24 years prior to Leander, and then Leander 3 years. Was a volunteer for a few years prior to that. Is anyone in the room looking at going through credentialing right now or designation? The individual? No. So if you've looked at it, you might have opened it up, looked at it, and decided to close it and keep going because it is quite a bit of an application that you go through. So we'll talk about each of these 7 components here, but the first one is just the eligibility requirements. So you've got to meet those eligibility requirements to even apply for it. And so if you're a sitting fire chief, you're the fire chief for your department, you can enter in under category A under the fire chief component. There's a few different ways to be able to meet that then. So category A and category B, there's one difference between the two, and that's the technical competencies. So for a sitting fire chief of an accredited organization, and that you were there during that accreditation process, and whenever your department is accredited, then you also get accreditation. If you've been the fire chief for 5 years with the masters, and then you can just see how it kind of continues down with more years of experience and less educational requirements. You can see that 10 years with an associate's and either executive fire officer or fire officer 4, and then the 15 years with associates and supervisor's endorsement. If you're a chief officer on the right side, so you're not the fire chief, but you're a chief officer, then there's also a category A component there. You've been a chief officer for 5 years with a master's and either EFO or fire officer 4, and then it continues to go down to even a 20-year chief officer component there. So again, if you meet that, then you can skip section 6, which is the technical competencies. The technical competencies are going to be what takes most of your time in doing the application. But if you didn't meet the requirements for category A, you can still get there. Category B, you've got to get to 150 points. And when you look at that, of course, if you've got a master's or a doctorate degree, then that knocks it out for you right there. You've got 150. But otherwise, you get different points for educational components. And then there's an experience level for however, whatever level in the organization you are. You get points for that. How long you've been in each of those positions, and that adds up. So if you've been an assistant chief for a few years and you were a battalion or a division chief prior to that, and then a lieutenant and captain, those points can add up in there to be an accumulative point there. The complexity or the department size is another area for points. So depending on what that all adds up to, you just got to get up to the 150 points, and then you can continue on with that application. If you go through there and you determine that you've not met it, maybe you're, a couple of years away from getting some of the points on experience, or maybe you haven't completed the degree or requirement, you just need to complete that. I would encourage you to continue on with the application because it does take a bit of time to get through it all. So then that component one, then once you've met that application requirement, is just your basic information about you, your employer, the department, the demographic information. You'll need to include your resume, the organizational chart, and your job description. The CPSE has an online submission for all of this stuff. So you'll gather all of this stuff up, you'll consolidate it into a PDF document, a specific order, and you'll upload it to their site. So those, and then component two is going to be your letters of reference. One of those has to be from your immediate supervisor, and then the other two have to be from people that can attest to your experience and your knowledge. They don't have to be from inside the department. They can be external to the organization, but they got to be able to test to be able to validate for you. Component three is your professional development. So you've got to list your educational history. You're going to have to attach copies of transcripts, your certifications. You have to attach copies of certificates for that, and then your training classes. And do not attach copies of all your training class CPs. If you can only imagine how big that file will be. But on that form, they'll have a number of spaces for you to fill in the training classes that you've had in the last 5 years. Do not go past that page. Just when you got to the end of it, then just stop there. Since they are looking for that important stuff to be listed chronologically, I had taken like all of my EMS-CEs and I just consolidated those to EMS-CEs, however many hours, so 140 hours or whatever. And that way, I'm not listing, taking up valuable space with redundant stuff. And then you've got to have your development goals, which you'll go through there and write that out in kind of paragraph form, answering the questions there. Describe your community involvement as it is now and how you see it in the future, as well as your participation in courses and workshops. So component four is going to be your professional contributions. In the last 5 years, again, that's what they're looking for, is that last 5 years. Classes you've taught, public speaking events, that can be even at community events, neighborhood association meetings, council meetings, any of those type of events. Any research you've done, so if you're going through EFO process and all that research that you're having to do for that would apply. Any articles that you've written and work you've received. So you list all of that out in that component four. Component five is going to be professional memberships and affiliations, so things such as being a PCFP committee member, NFPA committee, any of those other, NFPA membership, Fire Chiefs Association membership. But then also community involvement is another interesting one too. So Awanas, Rotary, any type of those nonprofit community-facing organizations, PTAs, anything of that sort, are things that they want to look at as well. They want to see your involvement in the community, not just the fire service. So I'm also a police officer, and so I had listed things like I volunteered as a police officer with the Reserve Police Department. And so all of my stuff on community involvement that was not fire specific was things like that, the LODD task force, all that kind of stuff. And on my phone call with them, they were like, yeah, so we're kind of looking more at, community stuff, philanthropic type things, Rotary, Awanas, things of that sort. So some places there aren't those organizations, so they may have to travel a distance or be able to join. A lot of things, COVID has changed where you can join remotely and be a remote member of some of these organizations. And so then technical competencies, and I won't spend a long time on these, but the technical competencies for Chief Fire Officer is now 17. I downloaded the application during the break earlier. So 7.1 has reduced those to 17 technical competencies. So that'll save you 3 weeks of work right there. But really, when you do those, just read the learning content and the references there that they have. Most of them will have an NFPA reference. Most of those come out of Fire Officer 3 and 4, at least they did. That technical competency is going to be broken down to a couple of different sections. That first section is going to be It'll have that learning content references for you. And then it will list a spot for you to list your education on how you meet this in the education. And the last part is a narrative format where you describe how you've met that with your experience and so forth. So your education, don't add any more spaces than what they give you there. They give you boxes or so to fill in. Classes that you've taken in the paid courses, any type of FEMA class, pro board certifications, Fire Officer 3, 4 is usually a given because it references right back to the NFPA standard that they're pulling it from. Takes Fire Chief Association, Chief Fire Executive, TEEX, FSCEO program. All of those things, you can pull those specific classes that meet the components of that technical competency that they're talking about. So as an example, there's a portion in there, I believe, on human resources. So HR components, and it'll have a long narrative of all of the different things that make up that. And so in one of your college classes, you may have taken a class on human resources or on a hiring process, or you may have taken an in-service class on disciplinary processes and things of that sort. So just kind of go through your training records and see what have you done that meets those requirements. Technical competencies, this was based on the 20 competencies. And so I got through for all the Fire Officer 3 and 4 and identified which technical competency Fire Officer 3 would apply for and which ones Fire Officer 4 would apply for. I'm sure with the 7.1 version that they'll come out also with another matrix on this, but otherwise you can probably just go through it and go through the NFPA standards and mash that up. And then that last piece there on the technical competencies is that experience. You want to describe your experience and how you meet those requirements. So if you've gone through accreditation as an organization, this will be probably a little bit easier for you because you're used to having to describe how you meet that component, how you meet that requirement. And that's all this piece here is telling how you meet that requirement, not how the department meets it, but how you meet it. This is individual designation. And so you want to talk about how you did it. I is a word, so feel free to use it. I did this, I did that, I participated with this, so use it, explain how you have those experiences in those areas. I will say, don't overdo it. There is a phone call that comes, there's an audit call that comes after you've submitted all of this stuff, it's reviewed, and they'll do kind of a phone interview with you, and they'll go through some of these things to say, hey, tell me more about your involvement with the hiring process there. Well, so if you don't actually have the experience, it's best to maybe focus on another area of that standard where you do. And then there's at the bottom of each of those technical competencies, you've got to have somebody that can vouch for you on that. It doesn't have to be the same person on each of those. So I've had the training officer justify some of those for me. I've had other supervisors be able to attest to certain statements in there. Just whoever has that experience for you. And then the last part is signing and dating it, and you're done. So on the technical competencies piece, I would recommend, because it is such a big piece of it, is to just set aside like one a week or so. Just, hey, this week I'm going to focus on competency 1 and try to get that road, and that way you can keep that forward momentum going. Once you set it aside and think, I'll get to it later, later becomes later and later and later. Or at least it does for me. I don't know if anybody else is right with that. So you've got to make sure that you actually set time aside to do it, or else it will go away pretty quick. So we're glad to answer any questions or comments you may have, or any snide remarks. Those are always fun too. Yes.
You said that whole process is the same whether you enter through track A or track B, or is it different?
So track A, you can avoid all of the technical competencies. So if you go through track A, you don't have to do technical competencies. Track B is technical competencies. That's the only difference between the two. So if you do enter it through track A, whenever you upload all your stuff, you'll just omit those pages out of that. Track A is not necessarily easier, it's less writing.
Get your masters.
And gotta pay real good attention to those. If you think your application is done and you're in the wrong category.
It's done a good job. It's really easy to.
Yeah, so here's the thing is with this, I sit there and thought, you know, if I were to promote this in the department, would I have members that would meet accreditation and then decide, hey, I don't have to worry about anything else, I'm done, right? I'm accredited. And I think if you go through this process, that's not the type of person that's going to complete the process, right? If they go through this, it's usually somebody who's going to continue to seek improvements, to seek education and so forth. They're not looking for you to be a master in all of these competency areas. They're looking for you to have a good working knowledge of it, right? A good understanding of it. So one of the new competency areas is inclusion and diversity. And I don't know that anybody can say that they're a master in that area, all right? Like that's a pretty new topic in definition, unfortunately, but those are things that we need to be looking at, right? So how do you address those? How do you show that you have a good working knowledge of that, right? So over time, those technical competencies have changed. You know, we've got to make sure that we're keeping up with the fire service as it is today. In fact, I think there's been pretty significant differences in some of the technical competencies over the last 10 years. After you get your competent, or after you get designation, then there is renewal. So every so many years, I forget how often, they usually send me an email, and is it 3 years? All right. So after every 3 years, you got to re-up your deal. So in there, at least for the chief fire officer designation, you've got to show what you've done in the last 3 years to be able to continue improving. So what classes have you taken? What have you done to continue developing yourself? And kind of to address Michael's question earlier on how do we expand this, one of the other areas is the pass baton part, which is who else have you mentored to go through this process in the last 3 years? And so usually like within the a month or two prior to renewing, that's when I reach out to people and go, hey, you ever thought about doing this? You know, so unfortunately, it's not in my face every day, then it's kind of falling off to the side. So, but as Mike was talking about earlier, a lot of the fire chief job announcements now require, or at least prefer, your CPSE designation or a HIPAA or both. So a lot of them are using that as preference points to those positions. So on the website, on the university page, there is other videos and such on there that will also list or give you some information on how to go through and fill out those forms. And I think there's some videos and stuff in there.
And it's also on their website, you can see who has been designees for each category. For example, fire officers in Texas, there are 18 total.
So to speak kind of on that point, is me and Chief Wusterhausen have met with Donnie Norman, the president of the Texas Fire Chiefs Association. One is we were meeting about which programs mirror and meet the competencies. But there's a desire from the Texas Fire Chiefs to incorporate some more awareness of the CPSE credentialing and such. They're actually having some discussions. So part of what we talked about was heightening some awareness that this is out there as programs, and then hopefully being able to talk more about it and explain more how you can get through it and such. That summarized it? Yeah. So we were talking with him about seeing if there's any areas of kind of gap measures that we can take, any deficiencies that we can find where they can offer other education to be able to help meet these requirements. The other piece of that, though, that we've been trying to figure out and not real actively trying to figure out is that experience piece, right? So depending on your department size and what the priorities are in the organization, you may not have that opportunity to get experience in some of these areas. So how can we go about doing that? And so we've been talking with some organizations about maybe there's a kind of an internship. We'll do this internship, you can come shadow some of our officers during this process, or you can come over and work on some of this stuff and be able to help develop them in that area. as well as help you meet your needs in your organization. So those are some things. I know there are some departments in the US that do have internship programs, but it's not real common that you would give out somebody in your department for a period of time to go do an internship, which is, you know, something we can look at doing to help develop people around.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right,
Very
thank you.
good. And we'll go into a quick 5-minute break and we're back on schedule. We'll get everyone out of here before festivities on the Riverwalk continue. Right,
What time do I have, Alex?
4:25.
4:25? 4:20.
All right. Everyone to festivities on the River Walk or where your hotel lobby area as soon as we can. All right, we're back. And we're live.
You go or I go?
You go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Bruce Fuller. I am a retired fire chief out of a couple of places. Been a city manager. I think I'm a professional quitter, but this was a presentation I did a few months ago at the Metropolitan Fire Chief Conference in Memphis. And so Leonard happened to have seen that. I guess Chief Penna made reference to it. So he asked me if I could do it for you here. Full disclosure, I'm also doing a presentation Thursday afternoon. I think around 2:30. It's going to expand this a little bit. I've got a couple other pieces. But what I'm going to talk about primarily is some research that I'm doing with a colleague at the University of South Florida. And we're in the preparation of getting that published right now. It has to do with primary, secondary PSAPs and the transfer time. But it also really much more so is a cautionary tale on performance measures. So let me just ask you, how many of you in your organization utilize a secondary PSAP? Are we clear on nomenclature, or do I need to do that? Kind of a little bit. Okay, here's the deal. If you're standing in your 911 center and you dial 911, does the phone ring in that center, or does it get answered somewhere else and then has to be transferred? How many has to transfer from some other place? About half of it. Okay. So we'll talk about that, but this also has some relevance for just basically how we calculate response time. You know, you told me this is the other one.
Oh, did I disconnect that right? That should be good.
Huh?
I'll manually do it.
Okay. So here's we go. So Arthur Oken is an economist, chaired the Council of Economic Advisors in various administrations in the 60s. And in his classic text, System of Administration, in his classic text, equality and efficiency, the trade-off, he makes the opening statement in his first paragraph. Everyone has a pledge of a speedy response from the fire department. Sounds good to me, right? What does that cost? What does it mean? Here's the thing with Oken's comment. I have no idea what a speedy response is. Right? It's a nice term. Sounds good to the public, but I'm not really sure what we're talking about. So let's some definitions here with that. PSAP, Public Safety Answering Point. You're going to hear the term a lot. ECC, Communication Center. Is being used more. Dispatchable location is one of the challenges. I'm going to show you something at the end of this that's pretty disturbing to me. Dispatchable location says you know where we're sending it. When somebody dials 911, there's really only two pieces of information you have to have, right? What and where. Nina also recommended you get a callback number, but you only need to know what and where. That was easy when everything was wireline, when we knew where people were at. Over 80% of calls today are cellular, we don't really know, right? Primary PSAP, as we say, when you dial 911, where that phone gets answered. But in many agencies, and especially in larger jurisdictions or in consolidated centers, the call often has to be transferred from where the phone was answered initially and transferred to a secondary location. And that time is what we're interested in looking at, is that primary to secondary PSAP. So there's over 5,000 according to the 911.gov, the federal FCC section that looks at this, over 5,400. 20% of those 5,400 are secondary PSAP. In other words, they don't answer the call. That call gets transferred. But look at the next two bullet points. If you actually look at larger jurisdictions, communities, metros, right? Large, over 5,000, the NFTA reports 50% of those agencies have to transfer the call from one location to the other. And there was a study in 2007 published in the medical literature for the Resuscitation Outcome Consortium. They found 53.4% of the agencies they looked at had to transfer. Now we know in some of our jurisdictions, if your agency itself doesn't do EMS-based transport, that call often may have to get transferred to an ambulance company, right? So this would also impact, this would also apply there. But the structural problem is the following, this is the most important. PSAP transfers are only able to report the time when that call is received at the secondary PSAP.
If you have a primary PSAP that is answering your call, I will save you the suspense. You have no idea when that call was received. Right? And from the citizen's perspective, that can be a problem. So, we're with this study, and again, I'm doing it with actually Dr. Andrew Jameson. I hired him as medical director in Pinellas County, Florida. It's a public utility model in Tampa Bay area. He's also the state EMS director now for the state of Florida. But what we wanted to focus on is simply a very simple research question. What's the time necessary from the call being received at the primary PSAP until it goes to the secondary PSAP? So there's challenges in doing that. These challenges are not new. Anybody familiar with this work, quantitative evaluation of mobilization time? How many of you have seen this before? If you haven't looked at it, it might help you. This came out in 10. It was funded by the Fire Research Foundation, which is the NFPA's research function. It was done by Robert Upson and Kathy Notarani, Dr. Notarani from Worcester Polytechnic. And they looked at a bunch of things. They looked at how long is our turnout times. What's turnout time supposed to be? In systems, 1710 says what? 60 seconds, except for structure fires, 80 seconds, right? But they looked at it, daytime, nighttime configuration. They looked at a lot of different variables. Do we need that number today? No. I haven't seen anybody use it. I do consulting work too, and place I haven't seen anybody that consistently has 60 seconds, not at the 90th percentile. If you also go in here, they also look at call processing time. For those agencies where they had call processing time, again, I'll save you the suspense, they didn't need the 60 seconds to process the call. With regard to this though, they actually were trying to understand whether a combined PSAP communication center, think of a consolidated primary, it does police, law, EMS, whatever, or wherever the phone rings, dispatches you. They wanted to compare that versus when they had to transfer the call. None of the participant departments utilizing separate agencies for PSAP, primary, secondary, to a separate, were able to provide time documentation from the PSAP, making a complete assessment of alarm handling impossible. Because your CAD system will not have that data. Not the way we work it today, not the way systems are designed. So what we're looking at is that hatched area there, right? Basic outline of how the call goes. We have when the call occurs. Now, if it's a primary PSAP, we process the call and we dispatch the unit, right? If it's a secondary PSAP, though, we have to transfer the call, and that, I bet I keep doing this backwards. I'll do this all afternoon. We're really interested in just this, but we'll come back to some other stuff as well. Okay, NFPA 1225. If you're not aware, this used to be 1221. NFPA's consolidated the numbers, so this is the new standard. I'm on the committee. Next slide, what we're doing is we've had that, actually that language dropped out. We had to reinsert this one. But this standard came out in January, and it says when an emergency events are transferred, this is referring to the initial call received. The transfer process shall not exceed 30 seconds at the 90th percentile. Okay? So that was put back into the standard. We accidentally dropped it out. And the other thing I'm going to point out for you, just for interest for this group, something that I talk about all the time when I deal with agencies across the country, is the following language. I recommended adding this. We overemphasize this process, right? We just overemphasize. We painted ourselves in a corner. We don't meet the turnout time. We don't meet the call processing time. Almost very few agencies keep the traffic time. We painted ourselves in a corner. And then we also initially, and the intent was good, the intent was proper. We said we have to meet that for all incidents. So every incident we get assigned to is life-threatening, high priority, lives are at stake? No. I'm walking around here right now, you choose. If I trip and fall, a ground level fall and don't strike my head, whether I lay here 2 minutes, 12 minutes, 20 minutes, 2 hours, my clinical outcome won't change, right? Arguably for those medics in the room, hopefully. Clinically, it doesn't make a difference. So what we added, the language was added, didn't quite turn out quite the way I wanted, but the authority having jurisdiction gets to define the highest prioritization level. So what I recommend is while we have to often report all responses, is any reporting you do is to start focusing on those high priorities. And especially if you use a call prioritization scheme, I'll talk about one prominent model now, deltas, echoes, whatever you decide they want to be. So that's something that's new in 12.5. I just wanted to highlight for this group. This is not the first time we looked at response times. I said there was very high attention to this earlier. If you guys, anybody ever see these articles? This one came out in '96. I think the other one was 2010, called "The Hidden Components of Response Time." The one had to do it from the time, because we always report arrival once we get to the perp, right? And of course, it's busy. Walk away and pull up, and get out, and get all that stuff. So they put it on and on. Setup time, same thing for structural fire, right? The UL experiments, how long does it take for us to assemble an effective response force, etc. But in these studies, they saw about 4 minutes more with that. Think about that. What did we all learn in CPR? How long is brain death? Huh? 9 to 10 minutes? 4 to 6 minutes? Basic CPR, remember that? Used to be, now we're kind of pulling away from this. We're talking about if call processing time is taking over a minute, we'll show you those numbers in a second. If turnout time is taking longer, if travel time is taking longer, it's not looking real positive. Look, here's what I'll accept. I agree that faster is better, but at least the medical literature is telling us this, that except in a small subset of patients for EMS, cardiac arrest, out of hospital cardiac arrest, penetrating trauma, and obviously for significant fire incidents, right? We generally have limited ability to influence the outcome of the event. That's what the literature is telling us. It's easier when we talk to our communities, when our elected officials talk. I mentioned I was a city manager and assistant county administrator. So when we try to synthesize this down to talk to the public, response time is something that's very easily understood, right? But unfortunately, I think sometimes we overemphasized it and we have a problem. Increased survivability has only been associated, like I said, cardiac arrest and penetrating traumas. The more recent experiments you all did, right? What's flashover now? Back when I actually worked for a living, right? Oh, not that. Okay, we didn't hear our facts my first couple of years. But anyway, it was better, right? Now the flashover is coming much more rapid. So understanding that call processing component and how rapidly we get to the scene and assemble and develop an effective response force is important. So faster is better. Again, I still don't know what faster is. Leonard? So let me tell you what the research is on this particular one, call transfer. Looked at the population that I looked at were metro agencies only, because I'm a former metro chief, so I'm in Florida. So 16 metro departments, how many of them have primary secondary? Ironically, exactly what the NFPA said, 50%. 8 of those agencies have law enforcement handle the primary call, and then the call gets transferred. Okay, so that we got. Of those, 7 of the 8 said they would sit there and participate in the study. Give me the raw data. Okay. Now, because of limitations in the CAD data, we got this information exactly out of what we call the 911 telephony. So when you retire, you get to do goofy things. So I do some consulting. Somebody hired the firm I work with. I had to run a 911 system for 8 months. They hired somebody to do that. I got to run it, and I'm sitting there bored, and I said, hey, this is kind of cool, because if you're not aware about the back end equipment for 911, you normally keep that on a completely separate, isolated network. You can't get to it. So I've never actually looked at that data. I'm bored. I go in there, I start looking at stuff. What the heck? This doesn't make sense to me. So I wanted to replicate that in a formal study. There's the 7 agencies. None of them provide what the American Heart Association recommends, which is telecommunicator CPR. Every one of those primaries recommends less than secondary. There's the total incidents they ran. So out of about 800,000 incidents, 82% of those agencies incidents that they ran were EMS related. And I'm focusing on EMS because we're writing this for medical. Okay, but since that's the majority of what we do.
We did 6 months of data, January through June. Here are the results. 30 seconds at the 90th percentile. 30 seconds at the 90th percentile. Some did better than others, but the median was 41 seconds. The 90th percentile was 86 seconds. The sample size, 300,000. That's the actual count of records rippled out of the system. I don't know how you're doing sitting here, but when I first saw that, stumbled across it when I was just goofing off one day on this project, I was stunned by that. What two pieces of information must I have to send somebody on a call? What and where? And then I got their telephone number, all of which gets displayed, right? These are all metro agencies. That stuff gets displayed. The Annie Alley spill comes in. It goes from the CPE, the telephony system, spread, it comes to the CAD, whatever. Why is it taking so long? That I don't have an answer for. I'm on the front end of this. This is, for whatever reason, at this point in my career, I've decided to start focusing on this sort of stuff. The red and the green show you the performance on target, what percentage of calls occurred within the 30 seconds. The green is that. You can see the percentages. Overall, about 24% of the time they do the transfer within 30 seconds. So you can do it, right? That's 75,000 out of about the 300,000. So you can do it in 30 seconds, but I don't know why. I quite haven't drilled down on that yet. 75. Why so long? This is a completely different piece of work. This is some research I'm doing in a large urban county of a couple million. And I wanted to share this with you. This is also new, and I'll talk about this in more detail on Thursday. But this is the one that blew me away. So in this particular system, like I said, this is a different system. This site uses Pro Q&A, MPDS, right? EMD. How many of you have that or something similar? Okay, a lot in the room, right? Here's what blew me away. One thing we've never known. I'm on Zoom, Mark.
Yes,
Am I being recorded too?
yes.
What I don't know is what if you look at the research they publish, which is fine. The Academy does great stuff. Jeff Lawson got it. But my question that I never had is, if you look at their stuff and you read the articles carefully, characterization of EMS and the EPD, and I don't think they've done it yet, is they only calculate the time that it takes, goes from when they launch their software. I want to repeat that. It goes from the time they launch their software. It does not include from the time I answer the phone until I get live and where. Now, this is a triple accredited site. They do both EMD for medical, EPD for police, because we've recommended that in the prior meeting, and EFP, I don't really get, right? Is there smoke? Yeah, okay, I'm done. Right? That's the one question. I never done. But it's not. EPD is much more complicated than EMD. But what we didn't understand is how long does it take from the time I answer the phone? This site, because of some recommendations we had made, they created a database. And so we could look at how long it takes them from the time they answer the phone until they select EMD, okay, or EFD, or EPD. This is all three, so cut me some slack. I'm kind of pulling all this in. But that stunned me. What, where, phone number? 1 minute and 4 seconds at the median, 2 minutes and 8 seconds at the 90. But they're cops, right? These predominantly, this site is too. It's run by law enforcement. From the time they got the call, and this aligns fairly well with what we see in the published literature, it aligns well with what I've seen elsewhere in client sites that I look at. Minute 17, median 2.5 minutes. We often see call processing times, and we've probably done hundreds of them, but dozens and dozens I've been on, all from small, very small, 3-seat PSAPs, fully volunteer, all the way up to the largest metros we have in this country, metro departments. Minute and a half, minute 45. Generally, that's where it falls at the 90th percentile for call processing time. Up to 2 minutes. At 2 minutes, we start making more points about that. You've got to work on that. But there's a reason for this, because this includes all three of them. The next one, And this is what I mean, faster is better sometimes. You've got to understand that if you have this, if the police are involved in answering your phone, it is not a criticism of them, it's just a difference between them and us. Fire and EMS is very concerned with response. It's been our historical conduct, it's been our metric, right? The cops don't care. They don't. They're legalistic. They're worried about officer safety. They have to collect much more information. So it takes a lot longer. And that is the difference. And when you've got people where 90%, 85 to 90% of the time they answer the phone, it's a law enforcement related call. And only 15% of the time it's for fire/EMS. That is going to permeate that organization with what's important, right? So this is a difference. Next one. So this is just two different sites, but this is basically from the time the call was answered until they pushed it out the door. This one, by the way, I'm back in that site now. It's nowhere near this good. But that time, call processing time, is what? Over 4 minutes. This one is 10.5 minutes. I'll just share this with you for that if you're not aware. A lot of times in larger centers, we have somebody answer the phone, somebody else on the radios. So the call, particularly in law, gets shipped to the radio position. And if the zone unit, the primary station area, as we would consider it, is not available, it's a lower priority call. Barking dog, maybe a suspicious person. In urban areas that have high call demand and limited resources in the street, they'll just hold it for that zone unit. Because if not, what would happen over time for law enforcement, running 9 times the number of calls we do? Over time, every unit in the jurisdiction would end up in that 4-block, that 4-block area, right? So they hold those lower priority calls. We don't do that. I'm not saying we shouldn't consider it, but just as a thought, right? We'll send it, it's an alarm, we'll send everybody, right? Send them now, lights and sirens screaming across the top. I don't know if that's the best thing. But this is the reason, one of the reasons that I think we struggle in primary, secondary. Next one. So really, as I said, this is a cautionary tale of performance measure. Oh, I'm doing good. Take your time. Okay, next one. So as I said, I'm on the committee. I like this application. This is an application. There's a study going on right now. Actually, I think they extended the date. No, maybe it's something else. It's for research. The committee put it in NFPA 1225, and the research problem here, I pulled it out here. I want you to read the problem statement. Chuck is our chair. He wrote this. I didn't know he was writing this, but it's to have a study done to try to validate our 60 seconds that I have already said to you, nobody meets. Twice, I have had data given to me that those agencies met the 60-second call processing time. One was a very small countywide center, there's one fire, volunteer fire, career fire, law, and I was stunned. So I got the data originally, I went up to the site, I went in and I watched the process. Yeah, no, not even close. There was just a weird thing in their head, the way they did it. They actually were taking 2.5 minutes to process the call. Another large urban metro agency that we're doing work with. They had challenges in their data overall. They had challenges in their performance, but somehow their call processing time was exactly 1 minute at the 90th percentile. And when presenting that raw data, could not help but comment and simply say, wow, out of all the stuff we see, that's the one thing, just kind of raises the question. I got to give their staff credit. They went back and they said, it is kind of weird that, you get it. They went back and said, oh yeah, no, sorry, we're wrong. We gave you the wrong data for that timestamp. They gave us the new data. Over 5 minutes of the night. That's the worst I've seen. This says the following. In the application signed by the chair, NFPA 1225, these time requirements, talking about the 15 seconds and the 60 seconds, I'm fine with the 15 seconds to 90. 60-second call processing, 90 seconds, are not based on any statistical data. They were arbitrary numbers decided upon by the technical committee. Actually, I think it's coming up in just a second here. So they're out right now collecting data looking for people to provide raw CAD data. And there's some limitations to that, but provide raw CAD data so we can get a better handle on what call processing times really are. But every time you're filling out paperwork, every time we're trying to get accredited, every time we're reporting performance, the news media, labor organizations, anybody that wants to snipe is going to point to you 60 seconds, 90% out. You're not doing it. Next one. This was actually my dissertation stuff. Didn't have anything else to do. But this looked at how agencies themselves define response time. And I took this approach intentionally. I actually collected raw data in the work, and I published this somewhere back in 2004. But this I want to point out. I gave a scenario, I gave vignette, and I asked a question. I said, Chief, tell me how you define response time in your agency. When the illness starts, 1.7 said, yeah, that's how they start. That's when they start the clock. I don't know how, but that's what they told me. When somebody dials 911, when the call gets answered, call's completed, dispatched, en route, whatever, right? Of the agencies, this is when they said the clock starts. This is when they said the clock stops. So it stops 85% when we get on scene, right? That's right, consistent. Everything I did, same way I did for years. What they did is a number of them, about half said when the call gets answered, and a third said when the unit's dispatched. For the ones that are dispatched, anecdotally, I'll tell you that chief after chief I talk to will always tell me, yeah, but I'm not responsible for 911, so I'm not going to count it. Okay. That's not the citizen's perspective. So I asked the following question, still of the chief himself or herself. When, here's the scenario, parent, child's playing soccer on a soccer field, they fall down, they get injured, parents rush out, child's injured, angulated leg, whatever, grab their cell phone, dial 911. Tell me, chief, what is your belief of when they start the clock? What is your belief of when they stop the clock? The parents start the clock either when the event occurred or when they dialed 911, right? And they stopped at patient contact. Then I said, same question. What does your elected body think response time is? Because we use it all the time. We put it in all of our reports, our annual reports, we talk about it. We have to report it and write all of our accreditation material, our report. What do you think here? When they dial 911 or when the call's answered, right? Very little below. And a third arrival location. Here's the thing. This is statistically significant difference. And did I say it there? This is, I think, what I wrote at the time. Here's what I actually wrote. Originally, when I wrote it, I put it in the article. Organizations lie to make themselves look better than they're otherwise entitled. Organizations lie to make themselves look better than they're otherwise entitled. Because they knew that the public doesn't see it that way. They don't believe that the politicians see it that way, but they took a definition, statistically significant, of a different interpretation. This is not unique to the fire service. Robert Deming identified this in factories and in all sorts of industrial engineering labs. We see that all the time, right? It is a problem. My problem is the point I want to make with this, and this is one illustrative example, one, that we kind of painted ourselves in a corner by setting benchmarks, targets that are not based on data, are not based on good, right? Because every time when we write our reports, we always talk about here's the performance. Oh, by the way, here's how it compares to the standard, but then we talk about what we've actually kind of seen out there and we'll try to mediate that. So I encourage you also to focus on higher priority calls, however the agency does it, but this is reflective of that. So let me talk about NFPA. This was interesting, actually. I keep forgetting this. People will occasionally tell me the call processing time. Go to the next one, too. That's NFPA 1225. This is 2016 in my presentation Thursday, back in 2020 or whatever it is, 2019. People would say to me, you got 64 seconds to process the call. 64, why did they say that? Right? Well, I'm on the 1225, and that's 7%. even 1710, we don't agree on how fast we have hands to call. We don't agree on how long it takes to process. And, oh yeah, they say they want the call transfer for the 95th percentile. You all know what's more difficult, right? Dave Downey, the former chief lineman, Dave's chairing 1710 now. And so I've spoken with him about this. We've got to, so in principle, I'm not going to speak for Dave. In principle, we know we've got to clean this up. I do not understand how we put different standards, alphabet small, how we put different targets, neither of which are based on data, neither of which are based on any research. Everybody went away, they came back in the room, over a beer somewhere, if you've seen it, you can grab me and I'll tell you the story about how EMS, private sector EMS and like public utility models and stuff, they have 759 at the 90th percentile for ambulances, you know, for third service ambulance. I'll tell you where that number came from. Same sort of stuff. Not that there was beer involved, but there might have been. We have numbered and we've painted ourselves in a corner. So what do we do about that moving forward? Really three things. This is where I'll end. This is my recommendation. I said this to the chiefs because I think this is important for us as an industry. We have to think about this. The first is to be conscious. Oh, sorry. What is, we have to be conscious about what's really important, right? As I said, we've kind of painted ourselves in the corner of response time. Now we're going to have to get out. But we've got to start changing the discourse a bit. I'm not suggesting not reporting response time. I'm not suggesting it's not worth looking at. It certainly is. But we've got to quit making it the final definitive measure of how good we do. Because it isn't. Because outcome basis is what we're worried about. Did we save lives? Did we reduce property damage? Right? Did we sit there and have better outcomes of patients? That's what we have to worry about. The second element is being candid. And by being candid, we really have to be honest about how we perform, right? How we measure, how we report. I will tell you, when I speak to elected bodies, because of my background, I end up spending a lot of time with the elected officials, which is a lot of fun. If you haven't spent a lot of time with them, so who? But what I do is, in public discourse, I suggest you keep it simple. We talk 90th percentile. We evaluate, we design and evaluate systems, fire, EMS systems based on 90th percentile, right, or 95th, whatever. I always recommend don't doing that to the public. Do not in public. That's a good conversation in this room. It's a good conversation with our city, county leadership. It's a good conversation even with the elected, but I don't recommend making it too much. But so there's multitude of ways. We recommend report the average, report the 90th, but emphasize if you emphasize. You're not, it's just that try to have a 90th percentile conversation with a community neighborhood is not going to be a fun process. So I just don't try it. Plus, what's going to happen is some other agency next to you is going to say, yeah, you tell me what, and actually this happened to me. I was in a dispute when I was a county guy. So I was an assistant county administrator, and we were talking about the system, and some of the fire departments wanted to break away through their own. So I was asked, what's the performance? Well, Commissioner, the performance for the fire service is we require they get there in 7.5 minutes. 90%. We require it. I mean, we give them money to do it, but we require it. Fire chief, who's a friend, walks up and goes, we do it in 4 minutes and 32 seconds. Of course, Jim was talking average, I was talking 90, right? So not a good place to have that discussion. We have to be honest, and we have to be willing to acknowledge when we fall short. I'm going to use this since I have 30 seconds. I used to love when my police chief, because he was a bigger problem, or my fire chief, who I appointed, would come into the office and tell me that they got me. Because if you look at their monthly and annual reports, everything's hunky-dory. We save lives, we got good response time, we do this, all the accomplishments, right? Why would I give you more money? Public safety in most general purpose governments is taking 60% of the general fund. Why would I give you any more money if everything's fine? If we're not at least honest somehow to start a dialogue about where the challenges are, what may be needed, we're not going to be successful with the policymakers. And the last thing is critical. It's critical thinking, a well-known, well-talked about problem we have.
paying attention to the detail. What are the underlying assumptions, limitations? I don't know about you, so since I do some academic stuff, I do read footnotes, I read endnotes, I do all that. Most people don't. So put those kind of qualifiers in the footnotes is what I always recommend in your reports and stuff. Whatever you do, make sure it's clear, but we just need to start moving the needle a little. That really is my thoughts on that. Thank you for your time. I'll answer any questions or get out of your way and let you do whatever you got to do. Question? All righty then, everybody's ready to go to the Riverwalk or the hotel, right? Leonard, back to you.
All right. I guess we never call this meeting to order, so there's no reason to adjourn. Yeah, thank you all for coming. I'll try to process the video as efficiently as I can. I apologize in advance that we probably won't have great audio throughout for the recording, but it'll be out there and I can distribute the PowerPoint, distribute the presentation.
Yeah, if you would do it in a PDF or something.
All right.
PDF. I'll just need the dispatch.
All right.
Got my Thursday presentation.
All right.
Or you could do my Thursday presentation.
I think I'm doing a presentation at the same time as yours.
Oh, you're competing against me? Let's do a joint one. Come on in the room. We'll do this stuff.
All right. Drive safe if y'all are driving home. If you're hungry, come see me. Thank y'all.
At least I didn't